It's the final week of the meet at Aqueduct Racetrack before we move our tack over to beautiful Belmont Park, but we're not quite done yet. The fillies will be sprinting on the turf in the third race today as Love Appeals will cut back in distance, try to use her talent to get back to the winner's circle after trying stakes at Gulfstream last time out. Another one who did just that is Sweet Lou's Got Aces. She also cuts back, and she's run her best races here at Aqueduct. The boys will be a little bit later in race 7, where Vacation Dance will make his debut in 2023 after some impressive races as a 2-year-old. Has he taken a step forward? We'll soon find out all that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Some look at the Aqueduct Scenics. We are on the turf today in what is a little bit of an overcast day, but has turned out to be relatively mild and comfortable outside here in New York at New York City's racetrack. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thank you so much for joining us as it's our final week here at the Big A. We've been here for about 10 months since Saratoga closed last September. And next week, we'll start things off over at beautiful Belmont Park for the spring meet. But before we do that, we have plenty of exciting racing to get to this weekend at Aqueduct as I welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling. And Andy, I know you and I are A-Train followers. We take the A-Train out to Aqueduct. Of course, there's so much excitement going over to Belmont Park, but we've really had a lot of highlights throughout the past few months at Aqueduct.
No, I mean, listen, I love Aqueduct. I think you've grown to appreciate Aqueduct. Obviously, our commute we kind of enjoy, but Belmont is Belmont, and as you say, we haven't been there in basically almost 10 months. By the time we get there, we've been here for 7.5 months, and it's a situation because of the work being done at Belmont, but it's going to be great for the future. But getting back there for a couple months before Saratoga is really going to be terrific, especially, what is it, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Absolutely. The last time we were there was July of 2022. But taking a look at a couple of the nice races we have on today's card, we're going to use that turf course here at Aqueduct in race number 3 for this nice allowance for the fillies. Taking a look at the field, Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Andy has run her best races here at Aqueduct, including breaking her maiden in the Tepin last November.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's the worst to beat in here. Her 6 furlong race was extremely good, arguably as good as this race in the Tepin. She had the run of the race in here, but she was very impressive in winning as well. Florida was a debacle. Ray Handal has not had a lot of success in Florida. I remember talking to him before he went and talking to him about this horse and him saying to me, I never win at Gulfstream. And I said, well, you've got better horses. Well, she did get caught up in a pace that was a little bit hectic the first time out. Then last time out, I don't know what the plan was to rate her from the outside. It ended up being such a slow pace, they should have just gunned and gone to the lead, whether she would have won or not. But back home, she's run well at the distance. She's the one to beat, but there's a lot going on here. Love Appeals is certainly possible. Georgie Spirit's possible. And you've got horses trying with turf for the first time, particularly one with some pedigree for Chad Brown.
Yeah, seeing your prank out of the talented Sun Thundering Sky to the outside, who is very good on the grass. But you mentioned Georgie Spirit. She'll make her first start as a 3-year-old, and this was a filly that broke her maiden sprinting on the grass. We saw her finishing 3rd in her most recent start in the Stewart Manor behind Moon Age Daydream.
Yeah, and she had a pretty good trip down on the rail behind them, but Moon Age Daydream was able to wire the field. The rail was the place to be. She's been okay. I mean, listen, those are 2-year-old form, and her 2-year-old form can certainly improve. Would she have to improve if Sweet Lou's Got Aces runs her best race? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that she can't. I think the same could be said for Love Appeals, where they're going to try to sprint for the first time.
It's a very interesting race. 6 furlongs on the turf for those 3-year-old fillies. The boys are in the spotlight a little bit later on the card in race number 7, also sprinting on the turf. This one for the New York breds in the 7th race. Is 3-year-olds at Upward. Vacation Dance will make his first start of his 3-year-old season, Andy. And as you touched on with the girls, as far as Vacation Dance goes, the question is, can he take a step forward now as a 3-year-old off of some nice 2-year-old races?
But it's a very, very different situation because race 3 is restricted to 3-year-olds,
right,
whereas this race is 3-year-olds and up. And Vacation Dance, who obviously showed some talent as a 2-year-old and could improve, and listen, could be a very solid horse. But it's meeting some salty older horses, any number of whom are capable any given day of running pretty well. And also the race we're looking here, Vacation Dance had the run of the race, down on the good rail, everything going his own way. Speed dominated that race, so he's had very good trips in his races. I'm not knocking him. He's good. But for him to be the favorite against a field of horses most of whom have run races good enough to beat him. I think he's a dicey wager at a short price, but he may well be the speed of the speed, and he obviously has upside, but I'm going to try to beat him.
You've got some horses with some real back class, like Running with Scissors and Battle Station. That'll be a fun one. Also sprinting on the turf, again, as Andy mentioned, for the 3-year-olds and up. It'll be fun to see Vacation Dance back. That's just a little tease of what's to come on today's program. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 8. 8-race card today at the Big A, Fast and Firm. Kicking off the late pick 5 in race number 4. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. It's just a little over a week away. Join now and get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code DERBY25. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. We kick off the day on the turf in a New York bred allowance race for the fillies and mares, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. And you currently have What Love Looks Like as your favorite for Todd Pletcher as she makes her first start of her 4-year-old season, Andy.
And Todd Pletcher's numbers coming off of 4 to 8 month layoffs, so I like to look at that. Horses who are coming back after 6 months are not particularly strong. Overall, they're pretty good. It's at Naira they're not very strong. She can win. I'm more interested in the new face, Sonura, who's taking a lot of money as well.
One on the synthetic, her first start of a year layoff last time out down at Gulfstream, mare by Kitten's Joy, is the number 3. We'll talk more about that race in a moment. We'll also recap what happened this weekend. Le Bon Temps elevated in the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue Division for her 3rd stakes victory. We'll recap it after this.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
I am Ray Visargi. Welcome to Rockridge Stud, a 200-acre farm in the Hudson Valley near the town of Hudson. This is part of the Hudson Valley, so from this farm you can see that's Catskill Mountains, like Bell's Pond is part of the farm as well. This farm is very historic. It's been part of the Livingston estate. On this farm, many great horses were raised. Make a line and then we'll cut them out one by one, okay? I have actually gotten mares from across the country as far as California to breed to our stallions here. So we get them from all over the country to stay and breed with us. I think this place sets us apart from everybody else because we are very much hands-on. We take care of all their paperwork. We take care of their breeding. If they go to Kentucky or stay in New York, we basically accommodate all their needs. Farming is definitely, it's not for everybody, but there's a benefit in doing that. So much quality of life.
So many great opportunities for New York breds. You can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. This weekend, we had the New York Stallion Series for the fillies and for the boys as well. It was the girls on Sunday in the spotlight in the Park Avenue division. And as we take a look back at this race here, Andy, Little Lindsay, the 2, the gray, was running a huge race, big performance, actually crossed the wire first, but drifted significantly in the stretch into the number 4, the Pink Silks, Le Bon Temps, and ended up in a disqualification.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear Le Bon Temps was going to go by her, and if Little Lindsay hadn't been drifting so badly, she probably would have won the race. It's fairly obvious. I mean, I was watching this race actually on my phone on the subway on the way home, and you could see just in the pan shot how badly the gray was drifting. She ran very well and, you know, well enough to have won the race, but she clearly prevented Le Bon Temps from having her best chance to win, and I'm glad to see the stewards are be a little tougher, though this one would have been a disqualification anytime, anywhere, every time.
And you can see Katie Davis on the gray filly using right-handed urging, trying to get her to straighten out. And that was really the most egregious issue there. And I think the big reason for the result. She started drifting a little bit, able to correct her, but here she really leans on that foe and at a really pivotal point in the race, impeding that momentum.
I'm just hoping the stewards continue their understanding of herding and at some point realize that contact isn't always really important or relevant as far as a horse needing to be taken down. And I also think if they start adjudicating herding, you'll stop the riders from doing it. The riders are just doing it to try to win.
Right.
And if they're being told they're allowed to do it, they're going to do it. But I also think it's dangerous.
They'll take an edge if it's given, that's for sure. As we get ready to kick off the card today with the New York breds, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf in this allowance. Fillies and mares in the spotlight. There are 3 horses on the board right now, Andy, at 2-1. The number 3, Sonora, the new face, her first time against New York breds. Very intriguing, though I'm sure she's been a bit frustrating for Barclay Tagg, not being able to really keep her on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a concern with her. She made her debut February of 2021 and had a lot of breaks in her races, but when she's run well. Her first start, she got badly left. She had a wide trip that day and really no chance. And her pedigree, even though she's won in synthetic, is very, very strong for turf. I also just can't resist her as the new face. We'll see if she can transfer that synthetic form to turf. It's not necessarily cut and dry.
Out of a dam that was a 4-time turf winner, she's by Kitten's Joy. Plenty of opportunity to see her take to the grass. First time on the turf, though, for this big price Curly Girl.
Yeah, she's a half-to-1 turf winner, so there is a smidgen of turf pedigree if you want her at a big price.
Coming off of a 5th-place finish last time out. Here's that new face, Sonora.
Yeah, Sonora's got a huge turf pedigree. She's run fast races on synthetic, and I think she's going to be very dangerous here.
On her toes, her first start against New York Bred Company, too. Got back to the winner's circle last time at New Guinea.
Who knows? Maybe she found she likes winning and she'll continue her winning ways. She got a very good trip against moderate 3-year-olds off layoffs, but listen, she runs well enough that she can win this race.
What Love looks like. First start as a 4-year-old.
Really sort of ditto with her, and she did finish ahead in New Guinea at Saratoga on closing day. The layoff numbers worry me a little bit.
Here's another one for trainer Christophe coming home for Christmas, who is back with New York breds.
Yeah, and she's a speed, and the scratch of the 1 probably helps her. So unless Silken Dollar is aggressive, she could try to wire the field, but she's had some very soft trips. But she's not impossible, and is a big price.
Off a layoff for Silken Dollar, and she makes her first start now with Dave Donk.
Yeah, with Rick Schosberg, of course, retiring. And she has a race that's fast enough. She's probably more of a sprinter. We'll see. If she was mine and being the way Manny Franco's been riding, he's probably going to be aggressive and try to wire the field.
Let's see what kind of tactics she takes from the outside. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. As we get ready to welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliore here with us, the New York bred fillies, Richie. And being a New York bred, I know you're a big fan of these kinds of horses.
Absolutely. The heart and soul of New York racing, and the New York breeding program is just spectacular here in the state of New York. Let's talk about a horse that's making her first start ever against New York breds. That's the 3, Sonora from the Barclay Tagg barn. Nice to see Barclay and Robin back in New York. And this filly's got a solid turf pedigree. She looks fantastic, dappled out, got her Florida tan, if you will. And I do have a personal connection. Her dam, the Handicapping, actually broke her maiden in Saratoga going 5.5 furlongs, came back and won a race on her going 7 furlongs in the dirt, although she proved to be very proficient on the turf, and obviously being by Kitten's Joy turf, even though she's been running on synthetic, should not be an issue, and I just really like what I see from her from a physical perspective. The 4, New Ginia, just met her namesake, so it is not New Guinea, it is Ginia, like Virginia. Ran really well last time. The filly that I was questioning whether she really wanted to run by horses, but boy, she got an absolutely beautiful trip that day under Dylan Davis to get it done. Looks great coming off of that effort. The 5, What Love Looks Like, comes off the layoff for Todd Pletcher. Homebred for Barry Schwartz. Could not look fitter coming off the bench. I don't think the layoff will be an issue here. She looks really, really good, and looks to me like she might have made a little bit of that step that we look for from 3 to 4, now being a 4-year-old daughter of English Channel. And then the other Christoph come on at the 6, Home for Christmas. Don't we all want to be home for Christmas? She looks fit too. I mean, she's not a filly that carries, or mare now, that carries a tremendous amount of weight, and should be fairly forwardly placed. I think she'll probably be sitting a good trip and could not look fitter, but I think it's all about number 3, Sonora.
All right, Richie, thank you. The new face coming in here, Sonora. She won last time out on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream for Barclay Tagg, Andy, and that was off of a year layoff, as we touched on. Been a little bit tricky to keep her on the track, but it is encouraging that she had that race down in Florida, which I'm sure was meant to be a stepping stone coming up here to face New York bred company, and she comes back now relatively quickly off the back of that effort to put back-to-back races together.
And I think in general, the horses outside of her, they've told us who they are. Mm-hmm. And they're fine. And they're a relatively competitive bunch, and a number of them can win the race. We don't know who Sonora is. We know that she's run figures on synthetic that are good enough to beat these horses based on their turf figures. We know she has a big pedigree to suggest she should handle the turf. It's a Kitten's Joy from a dam that won about $350,000 on the turf and would hit the board 13 or 19 starts. So she's supposed to be a turf horse, Sonora. On the other hand, you're taking 2 to 1 to find out. Mm-hmm. So you have to ask yourself, is that a price you think is worth it? I picked her. I'm not going to bet her 2 to 1. I made some small pick 3s, singling her to try to increase her price if I can be right in the other legs.
On her toes, both you and Richie taking a shot with Sonora. The couple times I saw her last year down at Gulfstream, she was always a very energetic filly. The number 5, What Love Looks Like, 5 to 2 now, as this one makes her first start off the bench too. And we'll take a look at her and New Ginia. Thank you, Richie, for enlightening us on the name. They ran 1-2, as you mentioned, closing day at Saratoga back in September.
Well, it makes sense. Virginia.
Yes.
New Ginia. Yes, that makes perfect sense now you think about it. Listen, she can win.
Richie's doing all the investigative reporting
Richie's
for us.
really,
yeah.
he's starting out very strong. I think the question with Richie is, will he have the stamina?
Yes.
You know, by like 5 or 4:30, will he still be as strong as he is now? He's going to say yes, but, you know, we'll see, because he's getting old like me. Todd Pletcher's numbers, he's 4 for 38 at NYRA off of 120 to 240-day layoffs and turf routes, $1.16 ROI. The only reason it's a relevant stat is she's a short price. Mm-hmm. And I look at stats in 2 ways, big, long, you know, mostly negative stats for short prices, positive stats for long prices, food for thought. It's not to say she can't win. Obviously, she can win this race. She's good enough to win it. The stats, not great bringing horses back in New York. Richie doesn't feel she'll need a race. We'll find out.
Richie mentioned a step forward from 3 to 4, which you would certainly expect as the daughter of English Channel. The favorite, though, is number 4, New Ginia, as she had just had this reputation, and we saw it in that race behind What Love Looks Like, of just always being that one that finished second. A well-timed ride behind Dylan Davis last time, and I think that she's really a horse that has flourished going from 3 to 4. The question is, can she back it up now, stepping up to this next level?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, she's facing horses she's run against before. She's run okay. She's also lost to horses in here, and she has the new face. And you're asking a horse that took 7 starts with 4 seconds, or 8 starts, I should say, to win her second race, and you're looking at taking a short price. She beat Collaboration and Sweets Princess. They're okay. They were 3-year-olds making their first starts as 3-year-olds in the turf. She's all right. I don't think she's any great shakes at 9 to 5. And oddly, I'd rather gamble at 2 to 1 with Sonura that she's going to handle the turf, because she's got so many reasons to do so based on her pedigree. At a similar price, I'd rather bet her. But listen, I don't think there are going to be too many results in here that are surprising. I guess Curly Girl would be surprising. After that, nobody would shock me.
Taking a look at Sonura's last race, she actually lost the lead a bit at the top of the stretch and then dug in pretty gamely, wired the field, and got really comfortable on the front end under Julien Leparoux and able to dictate the pace. She was 3 to 2 off the layoff too, and she lived up to that with the win.
But she's not going to be the speed in this race.
Right.
And she has been riding the pace in the races she won. Now, she did finish second coming from 6, but she didn't win that day. Is she going to be as comfortable rating?
Yeah.
That's a question I think you have to ask yourself.
We know Home for Christmas is going out to the front, and you brought up a great point with Silken Dollar, who her turf races were primarily sprints as well. She's gone long on the main track, and she did win the New York Bred Allowance going a mile here at Aqueduct, and she can be aggressively handled by Manny Franco from the outside.
Yeah, and I think obviously we've seen major reasons why Manny has been having this enormous success. He's getting on very live horses. He's got a lot of confidence, and he's always been a very good rider. But I think the one change we've seen over the last year or so, much more aggressive and more decisive. So if he's decided, I want to be aggressive with the 7, he may end up sending her. Whether or not that she means she's going to be fast in the 6 remains to be seen.
7 to 1 on Silken Dollar to the outside. We'll see what Manny Franco does when they open the gates. Loading in for the opener, New York Bred fillies on the turf. A fun way to start off this Thursday card at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call for race 1.
2 out. 1 out. Home for Christmas, and here's Silken Dollar. Is in. All set. Home for Christmas really acts up there. Trevor McCarthy out of the saddle. Back on. We're set. And they're off. Stumble at the start for What Love Looks Like. Pretty significant stumble there, and is at the back end of the field. On the front end, it's Sonura. And Sonura, Javier Castellano, they've got an easy lead up front. They're up by 3/4 of a length as they grab hold. Up on the outside, here comes Home for Christmas. Will Track in second, is now within a neck of that leader. Is going to be 3 wide, though, as in between horses there comes Silken Dollar, and at the rail, that's Curly Girl. Tough trip so far for What Love Looks Like. It's now going to be 3 wide in that second grouping. The early trailer, New Ginia, as they work around the turn in the opener. Sonura is in front. It's Sonura who's up by a half length. Home for Christmas is more settled in second. Tight hold in between horses is Silken Dollar, Manny Franco in third. What Love Looks Like out in the center of the course, and second to last is Curly Girl in the trailer, New Ginia, as they work up the backstretch. 24.40 for that opening quarter mile. Sonura at 9 to 5 is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length, maintains this advantage as Home for Christmas at 9 to 1 gets a touch closer. Silken Dollar is saving ground to the inside. What Love Looks Like starts to move forward from the 4 spot, is now within a length and a half of that leader. The 2 at the back, New Ginia has picked up a spot to make the trailer. Curly Girl, 49.3 for that half-mile time and a sprint for home. And on the front end, it's Sonura. Sonura's had it her own way. She's up by a neck still. Home for Christmas, Silken Dollar, nowhere to go. Tight hold, just waiting for room. In behind that, New Ginia, What Love Looks Like, as they're tightly bunched at the top of the lane. Sonura's got plenty right now. Hasn't been given the cue yet. It's Sonura. Silken Dollar in the 2 path is unleashed. What Love Looks Like, New Ginia down the center of the course on the far outside. It is Sonura trying to take them all the way for a final 16th. What Love Looks Like continues to chase up on the outside. Sonura still got enough, and Sonura will win the opener. It's Sonura to take him all the way. Sonura over What Love Looks Like, Nugenia, and Silken Dollar in 1 minute 43.36 seconds.
Sonura with the win takes them every step of the way under Javier Castellano, and the race did change pretty dramatically at the beginning of at the start, Andy, with Home for Christmas breaking slowly. That allowed your winner to wire the field pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to say it again, as Richie says, getting your position going forward. So what did Javier do? He got his position going forward. Now, I doubt he could have seen from there the 6 got left, but he probably knew the 6 was acting up in the gate.
Yes.
So he was expecting that to be a possibility. But by getting his position going forward, when the 6 got left, when Manny didn't really aggressively want to go for the lead, though Manny put his 7 in a very good spot,
yes,
tucked him behind her, but because he was getting his position going forward, he ends up falling onto the lead at an extremely slow pace. Now, keep in mind, we got a lot of rain here on Saturday night. So even though it's been a number of days and we're firm, this is not the firm course that we've been dealing with. It had gotten rock hard with the hot weather and the lack of rain. We hadn't had rain for 3 weeks. But this happened because Javier, she ran well, she's a nice horse, but it's also because Javier was alert, like Richie said, getting his position going forward.
Pretty significant stumble at the start for the 5, What Love Looks Like, and for the expected pace setter, Home for Christmas. But it was Sonura able to hold on, and What Love Looks Like came running and is able to get second.
And she was wide and out of position. And also Nugenia.
Yes.
Considering the lack of pace and the way the race was run, she ran a race. You know, she's okay, but it was a hard race to win coming from behind. And Sonura, is she better than these horses? I think the jury is still out. What she got was a very, very soft trip.
And a great ride from Javier Castellano to Sonura, the winner, 3-5-4-7 in the opener at Aqueduct. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Kentucky Derby picture as trainer Chad Brown has his eyes set on his 3rd Preakness win. Blazing Sevens has his eye on Maryland. We'll reroute to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. We'll talk more about it after this.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won
Well named.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 1 in the books. It went to the number 3, Sonura, her first time against New York bred company, and she was able to get to the winner's circle. First win on the turf as well. Trained by Barclay Tagg, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, and I'm pleased to be joined here by Barclay, a master horseman, and Sonora just got so comfortable in the lead. Barclay, was that the plan going in, and were you comfortable when you saw it?
We didn't really make a plan. We just told him that Robin explained to him the differences and things like that. And the last race, she ran exactly the same way. And I was a little worried when I saw her poke her head there today. You know, I thought there might be a little higher pressure in there, but she handled it fine. So.
She's a really big, strong mare, really full-bodied.
Yeah, she's very well put together. She's just a study in confirmation.
Barclay, you spend the winters down in Florida, but horses come back up here with those beautiful coats, dappled out. How good is it for the horses to be able to get that sun on their back down there?
I think it's very good for them. I mean, we go slow with them down there. We don't do too much. We get in trouble with all the racing secretaries because we don't run enough. But we like to bring them back here where the purses are a little better and things like that, and have them ready to go. So.
Well, she certainly was ready to go, and it's so good to have you back here in New York. And guys, Barclay Tagg's been doing it for a long time, and as a former rider, I used to love to ride for him because you always had confidence.
A terrific trainer as well. Sonora with the win. She went off at 9-5, and I'm sure very encouraging for Barclay Tagg and Robin Smullen. It was a huge part of the operation to see her back to the winner's circle again.
I believe that Barclay worked a long, long time ago with the legendary Frank Whiteley, and I kind of wonder how many trainers are left that worked for Frank Whiteley, that worked for him. And of course, Frank Whiteley, the trainer of Ruffian, and ended up being the trainer of Forgo later in his year after in his career after Cheryl Ward. But Barclay, I don't know. Barclay's one of my favorite guys around the track. He's a legend.
Richie, you have something to add to that?
I do, Andy. You're 100% correct. Barclay did work for Frank Whiteley. I was a bit of a track rat back then, and I'd go hang out with Mr. Whiteley when he'd be hosing Forgo, and Barclay would actually chase me away. Felt like I was getting in the way of the day-to-day operations.
He might still be doing it, Richie.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Barclay, a true legend of this game, and somebody I always enjoy getting a chance to see at the races, so he might complain when I ask him for an interview.
He's been known to complain now and again.
He'll always do it, yeah.
Then again, like me, I never complain.
No, never. Taking a look at some news that we heard last week. Blazing Sevens will bypass the Kentucky Derby for trainer Chad Brown and be pointed to the Preakness Stakes. Of course, Chad having won last year's Preakness with early voting. Looks to pick up another one with this son of Good Magic.
If any trainer out there has the ability to convince an owner to skip the Derby to run in the Preakness, it should be Chad Brown, who did it with cloud computing and did it with early voting. Now, those horses were Carvage stable. I think it's the right move. I still wonder if he really even wants the mile and 3/16. He's a talented horse. I don't love the way he failed to finish in the Bluegrass. He sort of got there with a full head of steam and looked like he very well might have been the winner, and he didn't really finish in there. And I wonder if down the road, with a race like the Allen Jerkins at Saratoga, if those are the races that he might be better suited for. He's obviously a talented runner. And listen, the idea of the Preakness, and I think it's going to start catching on with people. Maybe you're better off winning that or pointing for that race sometimes in the Derby. Better for your horse going forward and better for his chances of winning a Triple Crown race. It's still a very important, prestigious race.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the current Kentucky Derby leaderboard, we did have some very unfortunate news after training this morning. Wild on ice sadly suffered a catastrophic injury in training, and our true condolences to his connections. Thus, Skinner and continue an invitation, but Skinner into the field here as we take a look at the Kentucky Derby leaderboard presented by Claiborne Farm. And that is the field as it stands as of now. We'll see what happens as we get closer and closer to the draw of this year's Kentucky Derby. And of course, things are always interesting once you find out what post position they'll break from.
When you watch the Belmont Draw, Acacia, will you have draw envy? I know that you're a huge fan of doing those draws.
I have a lot of practice.
You're really going to be sorry you won't be doing the Derby draw. I can tell right now you're jealous. I can see it.
I think I've hosted about 875 draws in my time. You might have me beat though.
Well, we have a similar opinion on draws. You're trying to get them over with. A lot of people, because at the end of the day, is people want to know what post the horse to draw. And you get some quotes from the trainers, and they're kind of fun. And obviously the Derby draw is a very big deal, and I am looking forward to the Derby draw because I think it's always important just to see where they sort of set up. And I've tried very hard not to form any preconceived ideas about this field, and I want to look at the field in front of me as though it's a race on any given day, any given week, at any given track. Obviously, it's in a lot of ways the most important race run in America every year, but I don't think you want to go in with some biases. I hate this horse. I love this horse. I wanted to try to keep an open mind looking at it. They're not paying you more money if you figure out the winner 3 weeks before.
That's for sure. Well, we'll see what happens as far as that Kentucky Derby field is concerned with post-position draw, but talking about Chad Brown and his potential runners for next week, a note as far as his Oaks contender, Sheeta Beauty as well. She will bypass the Kentucky Oaks and point instead to the Acorn on Belmont Stakes Day. I love this move for her.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny, in talking to Chad Brown after the race in the Gazelle, I think Manny, and you see her finishing so well to 1 turn mile, I think Manny, who rode her last time, said to him, boy, I'm paraphrasing, but something to the effect of, felt like I had a ton of horse failures and get there, and she just didn't
really...
It was
Dylan Davis.
Dylan Davis,
yes.
I'm sorry, didn't really finish in the later stages of the race. And the feeling is that 1 1/8 miles, listen, she's not uncompetitive, and if Peter Brandt had wanted to go, I think Chad would have been happy to go, but Peter Brandt's also very reasonable as well, and I think they're doing what's probably, it's always a more prudent move. They'd love to win the Kentucky Oaks. I think the feeling is she's probably just not the right horse for it. I get it. Now, this is a year where it's tough to not run in the Kentucky Oaks because there's no killers in that race. And so it's not like she's going to be over 20-1 in there, Sheeta Beauty. So I could see taking a shot, but I agree, a race like the Acorn 1 turn mile to 16 may suit her well. We'll see how that race comes up, obviously.
Getting a chance to stick at that 1 turn Belmont Stakes. Few weeks away. We have to get through the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks first. Tomorrow, a week until the Kentucky Oaks. Pretty crazy to think about. We're
I'll
almost
be there.
I know you will be. You'll be representing us well.
I'll be representing you. I'm going to wear the similar color.
You're going to wear this color?
Of that
yes,
color,
I just wanted to give you an idea. We'll talk more as Racing Under the Twin Spires is back this weekend on Saturday.
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree, with progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales. Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
If you are going to be in Kentucky for the Derby or anything else, cannot recommend enough a visit to historic Claiborne Farm. Our program brought to you by Claiborne, 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. They're so welcoming with their tours and so much rich history there too.
Oh, I can't say enough. It's the first farm I went to, which I'm sure I've said 800 times already in this show, but I mean, I'm proud that we have them as a sponsor. They're such an important farm for breeding in this industry for forever and ever. But having gone there, the first farm I went to, and they're so welcoming. I mean, you know, I didn't know anybody when I went there. I just made an appointment and was assigned somebody to show me around. And it was, I still can remember seeing Believe It. I saw who I'd seen run as a 2- and 3-year-old, seeing 49er and Seeking the Gold were there at the time.
Cool.
And Jason Easy Goer was still there. Of course, Danzig was still alive. It was old Mr. Prospector. And I can still remember that visit, even though I've been there many times. It is a wonderful place to go to, and they are incredibly welcoming, as you said.
Hope you have the opportunity to take a tour should your travels bring you to that area. We will be covering some racing from Kentucky starting on Saturday as Churchill Downs opening night. That's Paul LaDuca driving the crane, by the way. No,
Paulie can do everything.
Paulie can do everything. Paulie's there. He's already tweeting out videos. We'll be thrilled to have him on air with us Saturday night as racing will kick off once again at Churchill Downs. And a lot of construction, a lot of changes happening there too.
So Paulie's probably helping sort of get things ready for the Derby for a few days, and then he'll get on the show. I mean,
saw him with a paintbrush, you know.
He's doing it all. Yeah.
He's a man of many talents. Taking a look at the stake schedule we have to look forward to for Churchill Downs. Things will start on Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, first post. The Roxalana, the feature on Saturday. The following week, of course, Kentucky Derby week. Plenty of great stakes action before we get to Oaks and Derby Day, which is just jam-packed with all of those quality stakes that we know and love and have to look forward to.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a huge weekend of racing. the Derby being the premier event, but many important big races that weekend as well.
The racing will be sensational that weekend, as it always is. But we'll take a look at the opening day feature, the Roxolana, on Saturday night at Churchill Downs. Sprinting on the main track for the fillies and 4-year-olds and upward, 3 to 5 on Frank's Rocket down to the inside as she comes off of dominant score in the Hurricane Birdie last time out at Gulfstream Park. Big performance from her this day.
She's been in amazing form. She's really stepping her game up quite a bit. She runs a race. She's almost impossible to beat at a very, very short price. I will say something, though. Pretty Birdie, she's going to be loose in here in a way that she hasn't been recently. And I know she's a bit of a quirky horse that can throw in particularly bad races, but also throw in good races. And I think she might present a slight problem for Frank's Rocket, though obviously this Frank's Rocket is probably unbeatable.
And that was after a little bit of a layoff following a dominant victory in the Sugar Swirl, too, with a 105 by her speed figure in December down at Gulfstream. She's been in tremendous form for Belmont, and she comes in here off back-to-back graded stakes wins, trying to make it 3 victories in a row. But as you mentioned, Pretty Birdie, very intriguing given that early speed that she has. She comes off of a 4th place finish in the Matron down at Oaklawn on a wet track, and she'll be going out to the front.
And that was a killer field with Matt Araya in there and Steve
Wicked Halo,
who had won our prioress, who's turning into one of the better sprinting fillies. I think that right now that division is shaping up as very strong. Goodnight Olive obviously had that return, big win at Keeneland, but I think Pretty Birdie had a duel in that race. She breaks in here. She's going to be well clear, and she might present a little bit of a problem to a heavily favored Frank's Rocket.
Could be a big week or so for trainer Norm Cassie. Just started training on his own a couple of years ago. He has Pretty Birdie Saturday in the Roxolana, and on Friday in the Kentucky Oaks, he will send out South Lawn. I know a very exciting runner for him and for his team as we take a look at our Kentucky Oaks 149 snapshot. South Lawn, a winner of the Fairgrounds Oaks.
It's interesting. Wet Paint seems to be the one who's getting all of the attention, but I'm not sure she's supposed to be so much more likely to win than this horse. She's got speed, South Lawn. She can rate. She can put herself in position, whereas Wet Paint, and I'm not knocking Wet Paint. She's been very effective down at Oaklawn. But South Lawn beat some pretty good horses in here, including Pretty Mischievous, and did it very, very impressively. Good trip or not, smaller field. But I think she's also very dangerous for a year that Norm Cassie right now, it's been a tremendous year, and maybe it'll continue for him that weekend. Obviously, arguably, might be the most important starter of his career on his own. I mean, he had so much to do with horses like Tepin when he worked with his dad, but on his own, South Lawn might be the most important starter of his career so far.
Having a Kentucky Oaks starter, a big deal in itself, as you saw that fast work we saw from her 58 and change at Churchill Downs. She comes off back-to-back victories down at the Fairgrounds, including that win in the Fairgrounds Oaks. Norm Cassie, who had a terrific winner and has had some tremendous stats in his young training career with a very talented filly on his hands for owner Bob Masterson, of course, also associated with Tepin.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, Norm's a friend of mine. I'm certainly hoping he does well. Whether or not I end up picking her is another story, but rooting for Norm to do well with South Lawn for sure.
Taking a look at our races back here today at Aqueduct, we turn our attention onto the second race. We'll be on the main track for race 2 at the Big A, 7 furlongs. We have a non-winners of 2 in life, 16,000 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Let's meet the field. What do you say, Andy? Kicking things off.
Who might argue with you?
Bravo, Regina. I know how excited you are.
Bravo Regina was second in a pretty hungry field last time. This is a tougher spot.
Affalata, intriguing, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, I think that she's dangerous. She's improved a lot since going into Linda Rice's barn. Even though she piled second and thirds, I think she's definitely a player here.
Here's Joey the Fish.
Joey the Fish is a deep closer. This horse has no speed, but can put in the run. Will she get any pace to close into?
Blinkers off Wicked Lady, who went by, and here's In Traffic. I feel like that's how I spend my life.
Yeah. She has some speed. There's other with speed. She actually ran okay last time when she made that middle move and probably was second best.
Cheek pieces again for Amanda's Folly.
You know me. I'm a sucker for cheek pieces.
I know you are.
I think you look at the last 2 races, both since claimed by Carlos Martin, and they make her the horse to beat.
Handle the Truth is 7.
Yeah, 1 for 29 lifetime.
And looking to get back on track, here's the 8 Tequila.
Just the figures are just too slow. She did break her maiden 2 back, but she'd have to take a step forward to win here.
Took her a long time to get that maiden score. She's 11-1 right now on the board. Your favorite, though, is Affalata at 2-1. For more, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. The 2 Affalata could not look any better. She gets the Paddock check mark and certainly looked great on the racetrack. Just carrying really good flesh. And, you know, this time of year, especially horses that have been racing here in New York, you want to see how their coats are doing. And she's got a rich, lustrous, hydrated coat. Couldn't look any better for trainer Linda Rice. The 5 horse also making a really nice impression in traffic. She's only run 6 times, so she's light race compared to several others in here. And couldn't look any better for Jeffrey Englehart. You know, she was well beaten last time at this level, going a mile, but that was off the layoff, or a freshening, I should say. I wouldn't even call that a layoff, a freshening. But you get Jose Ortiz, and I think she's a major player here, particularly the way she looks from a physical perspective. And the 6, Amanda's Folly, will be my top choice. I think you know, the way she looks for Carlos Martin, she's equipped with basically these fleece liners on the outside, not blinkers, but just something to kind of, you know, inhibit her peripheral vision, if you will. So we won't worry as much about the rider behind her. She couldn't look any better, and I really think 7/8 is going to suit her well. She broke her maiden going a mile, and she was up on the pace, and I thought a decent pace that day. And I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of pace, at least on paper here. I'm curious to get Andy's take on it, who he thinks will make the pace here. But I'm going with the 6, Amanda's Folly.
She's 5-2. All right, Richie, thank you. And Andy, you heard Richie ask. What are your thoughts on the pace scenario?
Who is he to ask me questions? I agree with Richie. I don't see an enormous amount of pace in here. I think any number of the 4, 5, 6, and 8 can be forward in here. So the question is really going to become sort of rider decision or instruction decision. It's the kind of race that when Richie rode, I think Richie would have been thinking, maybe I can steal this on the front end. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of those 4 horses, and I think it's one of the reasons that Joey the Fist, who's also a little slow, is compromised, because it's hard to see her getting a lot of pace to run into.
This is a look at Amanda's Folly. Amanda's Folly maiden win back in February. She broke her maiden for 25,000, then stepped up to face significantly tougher the last time she was on the dirt, 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, Maggie T, she was off the claim for Linda Rice, and she dramatically improved for Linda. She's in an allowance race, I think, tomorrow, or a starter allowance, where she looks like one of the horses, if not the horse, to beat in there off of that effort. And she's really run back-to-back good races on the dirt for Carlos Martin. For whatever reason, she is a Mendelssohn. He decided to try the turf last time. She had run the turf before and not run well. Well, she didn't run well again, but she did run a little bit better than she had run the other time. She seems like an improved horse. Just a very logical horse. I'm surprised she's not favored. I wonder if by post time she will be.
Makes a lot of sense in this spot. Richie's top pick. The favorite, though, is Affalata, the number 2, who cuts back in distance. She broke her maiden 2 starts back, going a mile for Linda, and then stepped up to face the starter allowance company last time out. She ran okay, actually, finishing 4th and going 9 furlongs, a couple of things that she probably didn't want to do, and now it's a drop back down, comparable to where she broke her maiden.
I think similar to the number 6, Amanda's Folly, who's really improved for Carlos Martin. Affalata's improved for Linda Rice. Taken over the training 3 races back. Now, she was on suspension. Her brother Adam had her. But the 2 races she's run since Linda's been back have both been solid efforts, and they make her a major player, and that's why she's favored. The 2 and 6, on paper, listen, they don't run races on paper. And at this level, these horses are not of the highest quality. I don't know how reliable they are. But both the 2, Affalata, and the 6, Amanda's Folly, make the most sense. Doesn't mean they'll win.
What about the 5, In Traffic? She's the other one that's taking a little bit of money, as she's affiliated by Cross Traffic. 3rd last time out. Freudian came back to win again with a 70 buyer speed figure in her next start.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would use Freudian's performance to move her up, but I will say she ran, in my opinion, the 2nd best race, because she sort of tried to make a winning move while April Antics, who came back to win, sucked up for 2nd. Now, April Antics beat the number 1, Bravo Regina, in a completely uncompetitive race. She's my 3rd choice. She does have that 1 good race, 3 races back, but she beat Roussel that day, and that's a figure that hasn't really held up to scrutiny. So overall, I feel like she's a little bit slow, but I picked her third, and she won't, shock me if she wins this race.
Just kind of makes sense in this spot. And everyone looking for the second win of their career. So in races like this, Andy, you're bound to have horses that have piled up the excuses a bit. And sometimes you try to find either the ones that have the least amount of excuses, or with the case of the 2 and the 6 in here, horses that seem to be trending in the right direction.
Right. The problem is a lot of the excuses are, and I don't mean this as a joke, are because they're too slow.
Right.
And they're getting themselves in spots that they can't really deal with. So they get in trouble because they get a little bit somewhere and they can't fight their way through it. These horses are the quality they are.
Let's see who gets the second win of their career. Race 2 at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin.
Handle the Truth and Tequila to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Wicked Lady, who's the trailer. Tequila's got speed to the outside. Also Handle the Truth and Amanda's Folly going to be in the early mix. It's these 3 up front. At the rail is Bravo Regina, who moves through to the inside of In Traffic. They're 4 across the racetrack here as they're chasing Tequila. It's Tequila in front. Back there in 6 in the Purple Silks is Affalata. It's another 4 lengths back to Wicked Lady after the start. And Joey the Fish is the trailer. They're chasing Tequila. It's Tequila 23.64 for that opening quarter mile at a big number. 16-1 approaches 4 furlongs left to go. Right to the outside. Here comes Amanda's Folly, the favorite, ready to challenge Bravo Regina in tight, In Traffic. Just that. Just had to get checked back there from the 5th spot. Moving outside of that rival comes Handle the Truth, who's now going to make a 3-wide run. After that is Affalata. Moving closer is Wicked Lady, and far back still, it's Joey the Fish. 47-3 for that half-mile time. Tequila's got a nose advantage. Here comes the run from Amanda's Folly, and Handle the Truth has been progressing, is going to be wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Bravo Regina is looking for somewhere to go, is out in the center of the racetrack. Affalata starts to launch a rally from the back of the pack. Amanda's Folly has now kicked. It's Amanda's Folly who's up by a clear length. Down to the inside, Bravo Regina's looking to split rivals, but Amanda's Folly got the jump. It's Amanda's Folly up by 2. Bravo Regina's chasing to the inside. Handle the Truth. Amanda's Folly is still clear. Amanda's Folly wins the second. Amanda's Folly over Bravo Regina. Then came Handle the Truth and Affalata in 1 minute 25.58 seconds.
Back in a logical spot in her preferred surface, Amanda's Folly gets the win in race 2.
And one of the things we haven't talked about, being this is the first dirt race today, is how the rail had been dead for pretty much two straight weeks. Now we got a ton of rain Saturday night. That could change the track, but I think Trevor McCarthy was sort of trying to make sure he was playing it safe, because he let Tequila go and then he set up shop outside of her because he didn't want to be in the inside. Now watching this race, the number 1 was rallying in the 2 path, Bravo Regina. So I don't know, we probably have a more fair racetrack, but I think that Trevor was playing it safe and he didn't want to get stuck down the inside. He rode the best horse. He rode her like she was the best horse, and she was the best horse.
The last thing you want to do is be on the favorite and assume that the track has evened out, only to find that it hasn't.
Right. It's not going to hurt him by sitting out there. I think people worry a little bit too much about the ground loss, and Richie can talk about this more. You've got these wide turns here at Aqueduct, the main track. The ground loss, much like Belmont, obviously, yeah, it can be a matter of inches, but it's not that big a deal. Better safe than sorry, especially, like you say, when you're riding perceived to be the best horse.
9-5 was Amanda's Folly. She gets the win. 6-1-7-2. Big prices in second and third with Bravo Regina and Handle the Truth, who is 25-1. We'll bring you prices when we come back, recapping race 2 at Aqueduct. We'll also look ahead to the stakes action this week and paying tribute to one tough turf mare. The Memories of Silver, the feature on Saturday. We'll talk a little bit about that race's namesake after this.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It was Amanda Spalley in the second at Aqueduct. Trevor McCarthy in the saddle as this filly gets the win, and Trevor is standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Keisha. And Trevor, we're talking off camera, and listen, Amanda Spalley was the best horse, but you did something that I thought was very subtle, but put you in the perfect position, leaving the chute, allowing Kendrick to clear, but holding your line, so now you're in charge of the race from the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk a lot about getting good position, coming out of the gate and getting a forward spot, and kind of let them do what comes easy to them. So being able to put her in that position easily allowed me to kind of just stay out in my path, get her to kind of relax, make Kendrick use his horse to cross over because he's way wide, you know, so it kind of gives me a chance to play a little option game to where, okay, I can either take a step out or maybe I got off bad and I have to take a step in. But knowing that Kendrick went, he crossed over, just gave me a perfect path to just let him go, sit that stalking trip, get a nice relaxed rhythm, and she seemed to really finish up today.
Well, it was a great finish. And listen, I was teasing you off camera, but you're one of our stronger finishers. Now, the rail has not been good here at Aqueduct on the dirt course for the last few weeks. Is that something that you're conscious of?
Always, you know, and this track is so funny. It always tends to change. And look, today's a bit cooler, so they have a little bit more moisture on the track. The inside seems to be a little bit better than it probably has been, but it still seems like that three path is just the place to be.
Trevor, you coming off of a tough injury last fall, and it cost you a lot of momentum, cost your business. For the people at home, talk us through the process of getting back and then getting into such good form already.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty big obstacle and dealt with a lot of mental health. And, you know, we've lost two guys this year from suicide with mental health issues. And I think it's a big thing that needs to be addressed this year to take step forwards with helping guys with mental health. But you know what, I found that strong eager in me to get back up and try again and keep pushing. And this is the toughest circuit on the in the country, really, and probably part of the world. And you know, it just made me get up and say, hey, you know, I have to do this for my family, I have to do this for myself, I have to redeem myself. And I got a lot of positive vibes from people to come back, that, you know, people were asking to see how I was doing when I was coming back, and that gave me the confidence to say, hey, wow, you know, it's nice to hear that people want you back. And look, I've gotten some great opportunities and to kind of start back doing fairly well, and hopefully we can just kind of take our time and keep going day by day and keep moving forward into this year.
Well, you're riding great. Congratulations. And guys, it's always fun for me to watch a rider, particularly coming off of or having to overcome adversity, if you will, ride as well as Trevor is. And it's just a fun thing to watch. And I know it's a process and you got to work hard at it.
And you can tell Trevor went to the Richard Migliore school with talking about getting your position going forward out of the gate. He definitely listens.
I'm not sure he wanted to go to the school, but I think he was forced to go to the school. No, I'm sure he did. And one of the things about Trevor, he's a very thoughtful rider. I've known him for years and talking to him. And, he'll text me and say to me, what do you think of the rail today? And he's looking, and he picks up on things extremely quickly. And I think Trevor and Kendrick. Kendrick rode at Parks, where they've had a lot of dead rails. Trevor rode in Maryland, where they've had their share of dead rails as well. And I think that's made the two of them as acutely aware of biases as any two riders in the game.
We'll be back on the turf for the third race today, going 6 furlongs. That co-feature we talked about, sprinting on the grass for the 3-year-old fillies, and it's a good one as we take a look. The 2 Love Appeals at 5-2 as she is cutting back in distance. Sweet Lou's got aces, a big contender as well. More on this third race in a moment, but as mentioned before the break on Saturday, we have the Memories of Silver. It's carded early in the day. We'll see what happens with some of the expected rain. Hopefully we get a chance to run the race on the turf, Andy, but we pay tribute to a very exciting and very, very talented turf mare in Memories of Silver. Taking a look at her win in the 1998 Diana. Was a grade 2 at that time, but she, of course, was a multiple grade 1 winner, and I know you have a soft spot in your heart for this mare.
Yeah, I do. I was telling you off camera how back in the early 90s, so 30 years ago, when I was really nothing, I'm only sort of marginally nothing now, I was in the backstretch with some friends at Saratoga, and we were by the bar, and I was a huge fan of Memories of Silver. And I didn't know Jimmy Toner, didn't really know anybody at that point in racing, and I think I knew the Mig. Through a friend of mine, and so we were there, and I said something to Jimmy Toner maybe about Memories of Silver, and he took me over to her stall to see her, and it's something I always remembered, and it's a reminder to all of us that work in the game that anytime you have the opportunity to do a kindness for somebody, and for somebody who's a racing fan, especially a younger racing fan, but really anybody, it's the kind of thing that really helps make them better fans, and something that Jimmy did for me that I never forgot.
It's a beautiful story, and it's so great that we have the opportunity to have a race in her honor. The Memories of Silver will be carded as race 2 on Saturday to hopefully have an opportunity to run on the grass.
It's possible.
Yes.
We carded as a second race, hoping to keep it on because we are expecting to get a decent amount of rain, unfortunately.
Royalty Interest. I saw her when I was down at Tampa this winter, and she won on debut for trainer Chad Brown, filly by Lav, who will try to make it 2 in a row off this maiden score.
And 4 horses have run back out of this race, all on the turf. One of them was virtually ease. The other 3 ran about 8 or 10 buyer points faster, which does really bring up the possibility this is a stronger race than it looks. And I know, and you can tell by the price, this is a horse that Chad Brown was very, very high on. So she could be a big player in here, but listen, you've got the Christophe Clement horse, Queen Friscasso. Yes, she was with the flow of the race, but she's got a big pedigree, and that was a decent-looking field. There's a lot. Lady Beth, who won on synthetic first time out, has got some pedigree. There's a lot going on in here.
And Juniper's Moon for trainer Tony Dutrow, who also was a winner down at Tampa. She tried the Florida Oaks and finished 3rd in that race. As we take a look at that, this was back on the same day, actually, that Royalty Interest broke her maiden. And Juniper's Moon, a filly with a huge pedigree as well.
And this was a race that essentially collapsed.
Yes.
And she was the only horse that was forward here that ran well at all. I thought she actually ran extremely well. Daughter of Galileo. She's another player in here, and I don't want to talk about her too much because poor Tony's been stuck on that 1999 forever, and I think he'd just like to win a race. He doesn't really care it's his 2000th win. He just needs to win a race, and she's definitely one that can win. This race came up extremely strong.
Speaking of Queen Picasso, she won first time out at Gulfstream, filly by Kingman. She is a little bit of a quirky type, but she was all business out on the racetrack. Jose Ortiz had her in a stalking spot, and he said afterwards just felt like every step she just had so much more to give and was very game between Soviet Express to get the win in her first start.
Yeah, no, listen, you don't want to knock horses. They win first time going long. She got a good enough figure. She's got a terrific pedigree. The one thing I'll say is this was a very tepid pace that completely held together. But listen, she can improve second time out, and she's another layer in an extremely deep field.
Very competitive race. Hopefully we get to run it on the turf Saturday, race 2 at Aqueduct. We're on the turf here for race 3 today, though sprinting on the grass for these 3-year-old fillies, a race we've been talking quite a bit about, and that's because it is a fun one and a very interesting race. You have 3 horses at 3-1 and a 7-2 shot. Wide open, competitive race. We'll talk more about it in depth after this quick time out. There's Love Appeals, who will cut back in distance for the first time after trying the Sanibel Island down at Gulfstream last out. More on this third race from Aqueduct after this on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Thundering Sky bursting through an opening on the inside. Bar of Gold fourth. Sky My Sky. Thundering Sky on leave. Bar of Gold on the outside. Between them, Light in Paris 2. No place to go. They're coming down to the line. Thundering Sky wins at a half a length.
Thundering Sky in the 2017 De La Rose. We will get a chance to see her first foal try the turf today with Senior Prank. She's had 2 races on the main track, but the pedigree on the bottom side absolutely would suggest she'll take to the grass.
George Weaver.
George Weaver, yep.
Rajiv.
Looks like it.
I think Rajiv rode her.
She won the De La Rose. She was a multiple graded stakes placed horse too. Never got the graded stakes win, but she was close a number of times.
She's a I think she won. She won almost $400,000. I want to say, right?
Yep,
yeah, she was good.
There she is in the winner's circle from the De La Rose. Senior Prank, filly by Into Mischief. Won first time out on the main track and then tried the Ruthless. Will get onto the turf for the first time today. As you welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale back in New York with us after spending some time out at Oaklawn. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Keisha. Yeah, 3 out of the 5 weekends in April I have spent in Arkansas. So nice to be back here for the final weekend of racing for this spring meet at Aqueduct. This is a fascinating race assembled here with these 3-year-old fillies in the paddock. And we'll begin with a horse who is turning back in distance. That is number 2, Love Appeals, who will cut back the furlong and a half, though her first start around 1 turn from those 2 Gulfstream Park races. I like this genius move. I'm glad that Christophe Clement opted to cut her back rather than stretch her out to a mile or a mile and a 16th. She is built so much more like a sprinter. She's downhill, she's stout, short coupled. This is the right spot for her. I think, last time she had a little bit of trouble, never really in a clear path to do her best running, kind of reluctant to run up through the middle of horses because it was only her second start, so I really can't blame her. She does make a favorable impression on me. Number 4, Fabulously Funny, taking a lot of money here. She's the daughter of Practical Joke, who can get some turf sprint winners. Not an overwhelming stat on him producing such, but the Dam was a winner in slow synthetic races, is half to a 4-time turf winner, so there's a little bit of pedigree with her overall. She's just not overly convincing. She kind of has that look of, I can do kind of whatever you ask me, where she's probably one that'll run the same type of races on either surface, though looking better than what I saw from her last time out in the middle of March. So that's always a good sign. A little more conditioning on, a little stronger in her overall physical makeup. As we'll also take a look at number 5, Georgie Spirit, who makes her 3-year-old debut here. Now, she did come in, she was completely washed out, which isn't necessarily out of character. In all of her outings, when I saw her in the paddock as a 2-year-old, she was not minding her manners. And last time when she ran, she was not minding her manners in the starting gate either, where she just was restless in there, she got away fine, but just one, you want to pay attention to how she's behaving prior to going in the stalls. But since they put the tack on her, she's actually relaxed quite nicely and looks incredibly fit for Jorge Abreu, who does tend to bring his horses back ready for the races, as there's many trying the turf for the first time. Yes, you guys touched on number 7, Senior Prank, trying it, but one that I've been longing to see on the turf is a bit of a price horse at 11-1 currently, is number 1, Fancy Azteca. And first time out, I wrote, has a turf sprinter look. So I'm really on the optimistic end of her trying the turf. Slack Pastern, flat foot is by Sharp Azteca, which doesn't hurt either. So I think she's really intriguing in this spot, Acacia.
Fancy Azteca, Maggie, thank you. She's 11-1 at a big price, and as Maggie touched on, Sharp Azteca is progeny 12% on the turf. Certainly can have a turf runner, as he is by Freud too, and the flashiness of that sire line is definitely passed on to this filly.
There is a turf winner from the Dam. What I didn't love was that the Dam's horses didn't improve from dirt to turf, and this filly would have to improve, but Maggie has some positive thoughts on a big price.
The number 3, Sweet Lou's Got Aces, will cut back in distance. She has run her best races here at Aqueduct, including a win in the Tepin, which was actually the race where she broke her maiden. Now, this was going a mile, but she ran very well sprinting prior to that, too.
And based on multi-race bets, she'll probably be the favorite in this race. I thought maybe the best race she ran was when she won the time, or lost by a nose to Candle the time before that. They ran a very fast race, and Candle ran a respectable third behind some older Chad Brown runners earlier in the meet here. In fact, I think opening day on the turf, Wood Memorial Day. This was an easy win. I can forgive her Florida races. Pace got hot, 2 back, and then last time out, she was foolishly rated in what turned out to be a slow pace race. She's a forwardly placed horse. Now, she didn't have speed in the turf that day, but in this race, she can be forward, and I imagine Dylan will look to be forward.
A filly that does have some talent will try to get back to it after trying graded stakes down in South Florida to no avail. Dylan Davis will be in the saddle. She did use that speed to her advantage to win the Tepin. Again, the race that she did break her maiden. The favorite is, though, the 2 Love Appeals. Maggie liked the cutback in distance, which I was of the same mindset, too. Very excited to see her sprinting. Let's meet the field, though. First, Andy talking with the number 1, Fancy Azteca, first time on grass.
She's a big price if you like her, and Maggie had some good things to say about her. Not a horse that I was a fan of.
She's a big price, though, 11-1. There is that number 2, Love Appeals, cuts back in distance.
Yeah, we'll see if she can handle that turn back. Christophe Clement usually does well when he cuts back his horses. He has a good feel for the ones that like to turn back. She has had good trips in her races.
Next in the post-grade will be the 4, Fabulously Funny, who gets onto the turf.
She's got enough turf pedigree to suggest she should be able to handle it, though the Practical Joke doesn't give you a lot of confidence.
The Dam Sloan win on synthetic. Here's the 5, Georgie Spirit.
She's run away in the turf, but she was on a good rail last time, and I thought she'd need to improve. But listen, if you like her, she's 5-1.
first start as a 3-year-old. Next will be another first-time turf runner, the 6 Chasing You.
What she has going for her is Mike Maker, which does not have going for her as much turf pedigree.
No, not too much. The dam was 0 for 8 on the grass, and she's a big price of 35 to 1. To the outside, the 7 Senior Prank. She does have pedigree to like the turf.
She really does. The dam was very good, and Into Mischief has been a sneaky okay turf sire. He's an amazing sire. Just in general, she'll have to improve on the turf, much like the 1, and she's a much shorter price.
And the final one in the post braid, the 3 Sweet Lou's Got Aces.
In all likelihood, will be favored by post time, and I don't think that's the wrong move. I think she should be favored. She's favored in all the multis, and she's run the best races of anybody here when she's run her good races, and we'll see if getting back to New York helps her out.
5 to 2 on Sweet Lou's Got Aces. She does have a little bit more seasoning. She is a stakes winner, and it's interesting as for this allowance level, Sweet Lou's Got Aces broke her maiden in the Tepin, so she'll have an opportunity to come back into this condition. There is Love Appeals, though. As Maggie touched on, she broke her maiden first time out. Here's that race in February. She was very gutsy and game for a first-time starter to come up the inside the way that she did.
Yeah, no, she's been professional, but she's also, you know, they've been good trips. She's been able to do it, and a lot of horses won't go through the rail as facilely as she did. I think that's a feather in her cap. She's had good trips. Listen, she's a player in here. I'm surprised she's favored right now. All the multi-race bets have the 3 favored. Now you get a big... It's not the same as it used to be without the CAW money dominating the win pools. They're very different pools, so maybe she ends up favored. To me, that would make Sweet Lou's Got Aces value, but there's nothing wrong with Love Appeals. Good trips or not, she's run well in both of her starts.
I thought it was interesting, too, watching her last race in the Sandoval Island, that she was a little keen early on, and sometimes horses that run that way too, they have a running style that almost suggests that they'd prefer going a bit shorter as well. Maybe all of that, plus Manny Franco pairing up, that she would want to go a bit shorter.
I agree. The question is, will the pace be strong enough? From a pace projector standpoint, she could find herself fairly far back in here.
Let's go down to Maggie with a special guest.
Oh, yes, he is very special. The ever-popular Ray Handal here in the winner's circle, as we'll talk a little bit about Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Ray turning her back in distance. I know it felt like in those Gulfstream Park races, kind of experimenting with what her best style is. What are you looking for here with this 6 furlong contest?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I was just kind of looking for a straight 3-year-old filly allowance, and I don't think coming back to a sprint hurts anything, but if it were a 1-turn or a 2-turn mile, something like that would have been ideal. I don't think we wanted to go longer, but certainly sprinting doesn't hurt. We know she's good at it, and, you know, she's performed pretty well on this surface, on this turf course, going this distance before. So, you know, trying to get a confidence back in her and then kind of get back to the basics before we move forward again.
Yeah, and two, a tough race last time, obviously a grade 3, but a lot of trouble in the first turn.
Yeah, you know, we were up against it going into it with the I think she's either 12 or 13 hole or something like that, way on the outside, and you know, Javier tried to take a hold of her going out, and they crawled, and it was just a disaster, and clipped heels going into the first turn. So, you know, it's really just a scrap race, but, you know, these fillies are finicky, and she's a very high-strung filly, as you can see out here, and, you know, the mental game is a big part of it with her, I think. So I think getting back into an allowance company and a smaller type of field, you know, and see what we have and go forward from there.
I know she gave you a little trouble getting the tack on, but overall, what were your impressions with her and knowing her and how she was acting?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of normal for her. You know, we Paddock schooled her a lot in when she was down in Florida, because I knew it was going to be a big crowd and it was hot. You know, I didn't really Paddock school her too much here. I knew she would be a little bit hotter than normal, but she's been manageable. She's been hot, but just keeping it contained. And, you know, Dylan knows her now. He's ridden her a few times, and I just tell him keep her moving and don't stop, because she can be a little finicky. So everything looks okay so far. We'll see what happens when she gets behind the gate, but pretty happy with the way she looks out there on the track.
Right, quick update on your Kentucky Oaks contender, Promise Her America, upset winner of the Gazelle. What can we expect from her? And I think, is Louisville ready for you?
Yeah, I'm a bit tamer now. It's not 5 years ago. It might have been a different story, but being a dad has calmed me down a little bit these days. But no, I'm super pumped. She's gonna breeze tomorrow at Belmont on the training track, and we'll ship her Sunday and get there early Monday morning. And really, she's doing awesome. She was maybe a touch light out of the race, but this week she's really puffed back up and has that energy that you want to see, and we're excited. You know, she's got a fighter's chance.
She got a lot of upside. Ray, wishing you the best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, live one here, and could we see another upset in this year's Kentucky Oaks, Acacia?
The Ray Handal train on the road, Maggie, and Promiser America, as Maggie touched on, that upset winner of the Gazelle. And I think it was you that said it, Andy, that she was kind of the horse that Ray really needed, you know, to take that next step as a trainer, and he's been having a terrific year.
No, he has. I mean, he had a good year last year, but so far things are going very well for him. Obviously, in this game, as you well know, things can turn one way or the other very quickly, but things are going well. And the way to get better horses, get new owners, is to be involved in and successful in big races. So a race like the Kentucky Oaks is it's a big race for everybody. Sure. But it's a very big race for a guy like Ray, and you know we root for the home team, and so I hope she does well for Ray.
He has the now favorite here. Sweet Lou's Got Aces, sharp on track. He touched on some of her little quirks, which is pretty typical of her. She does cut back in distance today, too. And Dylan Davis keeping her with the pony, but trying to keep her relaxed there, too. And as Ray touched on, keeping her moving, a key element to that. What was your top pick in here, Andy?
Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Right. I picked the race 3-7-2. I didn't have a super strong opinion. A lot of money coming in for the number 7, Senior Prank. Just dipped down to 5-2, and she does have the pedigree. Whether or not it'll work out, I mean, I don't, you know, I don't get the feeling that Chad Brown, even though the pedigree, was immediately wanting to go to the turf with her.
Well, he could have debuted her at Tampa if he wanted to run.
Right, he could have taken her down to Florida.
Yeah.
Said he left her here in the winter to run her on dirt. They obviously thought she was better than she was. She's not much of a dirt horse. She broke her maiden first time out in a very slow figure, and then she ran the same figure and was overmatched in the Ruthless. But she has the pedigree for it, and they'll try her here, and there's no reason she can't do it. I'm not sure I'd jump to take that price on her, but I'm alive in the pick 3 with the 3 and 7, so I'll hope for the best.
Maggie likes the 5, Georgie Spirit, and we'll see if she takes a step forward from 2 to 3. We last saw her finishing 3rd in the Stuart Manor sprinting on the turf.
Yeah, she had a very good trip on the rail that day. Georgia Abreu's layoff numbers are not great. So we'll see. I preferred others, but I certainly wouldn't be shocked if she was effective in here. She ran well enough as a 2-year-old. She could take a step forward.
The number 4, Fabulously Funny, getting onto the turf for the first time, as you mentioned. Tony Dutrow still on the cusp of that milestone. I'm sure he's ready for us to stop talking about it. Yep. The Damslone win was on the synthetic, and there is a sibling who was a 4-time turf winner. Could be a little interesting as far as that pedigree, though Maggie seemed like she was not overwhelmingly convinced that this one would move up on the grass.
And she'll have to do that, just as any of the 1, 4, and 7 would have to move up. And yeah, I don't love talking about those things because Tony Dutrow, and I know you agree, and Maggie and Tony are very close. He's won almost 2,000 races in his career.
It's a lot of races.
It's a lot of races. There are a lot of people that wish they won those races, and he's a very, very good trainer. He'll get that win, and we'll be able to stop discussing it after he gets the win.
I'm sure he'll be happy to see that. Sprinting on the turf in a fun one coming up here in race 3, the 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight. Here's Chris Griffin.
Georgie Spirit. Chasing After You. Senior Prank to the outside. Here's Senior Prank. Is in. All set. And they're off. Chasing After You's got early speed. In between horses, Fabulously Funny. And in the red cap, here's Love Appeals. It's Love Appeals with pressure. In between horses, Sweet Lou's Got Aces. And at the rail is open for Fancy Azteca. It's Fancy Azteca who now puts a nose in front. Tight hold here on Love Appeals. Is taken off the pace. Didn't want the front end. Is reined back in. Is in the 2 path. Here comes the run from Fabulously Funny. Beats Sweet Lou's Got Aces to that spot. Is now shuffled back to 5th. Out wider, that's Chasing After You. 22 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. They're chasing Fancy Azteca, who moves into the far turn. Towards the back end of the field is Georgie Spirit, and Senior Prank is the trailer. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. It's Fancy Azteca, and a big number is in front. Love Appeals wants to go, is tracking right there in second. Tightly at the rail is Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Out wider, Fabulously Funny. From the far outside is Georgie Spirit. Senior Prank is starting to rally from the back, but it's Love Appeals who got the jump. Love Appeals is up by 2.5 lengths. Sweet Lou's Got Aces is chasing and now sprinting home, but Love Appeals is opening up here, a 16th to go. Love Appeals is going to draw away here late. It is all Love Appeals. Wins this one easily. Love Appeals. Sweet Lou's Got Aces is in a photo with an oncoming senior prank to the inside and Georgie Spear to the outside in 108.49 seconds.
Love Appeals with the big win, cutting back in distance. A homebred for Migliore stud, and she kicks away from this field, Andy.
Oh, she was an hour and a half the best in here. I mean, she got a perfect trip, but she absolutely galloped. And I give Manny credit, and it's once again one of the reasons that Manny's being successful. He's putting his horses in the game, and there were some sort of tepid rides there. It didn't matter with Sweet Lou's Got Aces. Nobody was beating this filly, but Dylan was unaggressive with her. But Manny wants to be forward, and it's amazing that she was in front of Sweet Lou's Got Aces early in this race. Absolutely amazing. Did it matter? No. She was going to win no matter what happened. She probably could have done a somersault out of the gate. She still would have won the way she won this race. But still, getting that position is always the right thing to do.
She's a nice filly. Could have a big future moving forward. As mentioned, a homebred from Migliore. I'm pretty certain she was actually only the second homebred to win for them in the U.S. The first one last year, Leah Marina, who won a stake down at Gulfstream. But a relatively new thing that the operation is doing, running their homebreds here in the United States with Christoph, and a tremendous breeding operation, a tremendous quality of mares that they have too, and really exciting to see the success panning out on the racetrack as well.
Christoph trained the dam of this horse, right?
Yes, absolutely. Joy Stella for Migliore too, as 5-2 gets the win. Big congratulations. Manny Franco with the victory. 2, 3, 5, 7 will bring you prices, reactions, and a whole lot more live racing after this on America's Day at the Races.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the app today to get started. A nice performance from the #2, Love Appeals, cutting back in distance. Maybe she won going long first time out, but looks like this is what she wants to do for trainer Christoph Clement, who's standing by with Maggie.
He just asked me, Andy, are you behaving? It's always the eternal question, Christoph. But let's talk about Love Appeals. Manny and she never looked in doubt. She broke and was just full of run from the get-go.
Yeah, she's always trained like a nice filly. She won first time out. We won her back in a stake, which is a bit unlucky. I should have finished second with a better trip. But she was very impressive today. You know, we tried to stretch her speed, and sometimes you go back, Spite Stone Sprinter, and she's got a tremendous amount of speed. The way she opened up in a stretch was impressive.
I was going to say, ultimately, is this the best distance for you? Will you keep her sprinting throughout this 3-year-old campaign, or is it kind of more about opportunities?
You'll have to, you know, you've got in New York at Belmont, you have stakes in 4 weeks going 7-8, so you'll have to think about that. Because, you know, we're New York and we're based here, so that's the way it is.
Is that the Intercontinental? No, that would be for older.
I forgot the name of it, but there's a 7-8 stakes in 4 weeks at Belmont. I don't know, I just think, you know, keep her somewhere between 6, 7, 8, and then we'll go from there.
Do want to ask you about Queen Picasso, as we were just talking about. It is weather dependent for this Memories of Silver, but she won first time out. It seems like a vote of confidence for you to stick her in a stake in her second outing.
Now, she's trained well, and I thought as long as the ground was, you know, either firm or on the firm side of good, she will run a very good race. Now, with the forecast, I'm not sure if she will handle the softer turf. I mean, we probably will run. It's the same for all of us. We just have to be lucky and hope that the race stays on the grass.
Fingers crossed. Looks as though we got our fingers crossed well for today's weather. Congratulations, though, with Love Appeals.
Thank you so much. It's always fun when it is for an owner breeder as well.
Yes, and someone that you've had a lot of history with, too. It's the Wild Applause Stakes, Christoph, that we might be able to see this filly in next. Always got to thank Bobby for that one. Acacia?
Indeed, Maggie. We'll give Bobby the credit. It was actually Andy that came up with the stakes name, but Bobby can take the credit, our wonderful
He has no idea who Wild Applause is.
Well, you do. You're a walking encyclopedia.
She's daughter of Glowing
knowledge.
Tribute. Who could possibly forget?
I can't believe Christoph asked if I was behaving.
Don't worry. I'll be seeing Christoph later. I'll get even for you. Don't you worry about it.
My father-in-law, of course. $7.80 winner, Love Appeals. A big performance from that filly, too. Let's see what we get to see from her in the future. Turning our attention over to race 4. We'll also be on the turf for the 4th race on the inner, a mile and a 16th and $25,000 claiming race. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. That's our next order of business here. Another tepid favorite, the number 4, Linny Kate, currently 3-1 on the board, getting back to the grass after running on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I have to look at the doubles because I have to assume by post time the number 9, Be Up, is going to be an overwhelming favorite. I mean, I'm looking right. She's the favorite. She's not an overwhelming favorite. She's probably around 6, 7 to 5. And Linny Kate looks like the second choice at around 3 to 4 to 1.
We'll talk a little bit more about this 4th race going long on the inner turf when we come back. We'll also talk about making a difference on and off the track, the important work that the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does in giving a chance to the horses and to the humans that work with them.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
At the Wallkill Correctional Facility in Ulster County, New York, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation provides a program that gives both retired racehorses and the incarcerated individuals who care for them a second chance at life, and maybe even a second family.
Here's my boy. Here's my boy. I wasn't aware that the program even existed. I had never worked with horses before.
I was petrified at first, and I'm not really scared of many things, but when you're next to one of them and they're humongous like that, it's definitely a challenge.
Once they hear me, they coming. They just look, you see the ears come out, they look. Once they see it's me, they coming. They all coming. And it's like, oh man, it's like babies, you know. It's beautiful, you know.
They're locked in most of the time when they're not out with us from 8:30 to 2:30 every day. So those other times when they're inside, they're not themselves. But when they step foot out here at 8:30 in the morning, they change. They're totally different people.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing. And you really do kind of bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
It's definitely a game changer for being someone who's incarcerated and always being around grown men, different behaviors, and not being able to actually express your feelings to them. You come out here, you can do that with the animals.
I need that. Whatever it takes to get home to my family, I'm going to try it. But then I got out here and I met a whole new family.
How's the family?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is a family. This is a family between the horses, us. Like, you know, we bond a lot here.
I didn't even know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could mow a lawn. Anything to make this place look better, to make it better for the horses.
At the end of the day, it's all for the horses.
All for the horses.
It doesn't feel like work. It feels like you're home. Come on, girls.
To be able to say to somebody, I have a certificate, like I was successful while I was incarcerated. I may have made a mistake, but I was able to get that second chance while I was here as well.
I did get a letter of assurance saying that some people were interested in employing me, so like that's just everything I'm hoping for right now.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
Some amazing stories from the TRF program at Wallkill here in New York. As Maggie, I know that this is an organization that's very near and dear to all of our hearts, and a terrific job by you and the team on that piece as we really get a chance to see how much it gives not only to the horses but the individuals that get to work with them.
Yeah, and these guys are getting out of the Second Chances programs with certificates, as you heard in that piece, for them to seek and attain employment, whether it be a vet tech, whether it be an apprentice blacksmith and farrier, or just a groom at some of the equestrian barns or even at the racetrack. So yes, it provides second chances for the incarcerated individuals as well as the horses who cannot go on to second careers as sport horses. And it just goes to show what a brilliant brainchild it was in the beginning, because it has withstood 40 years as Wallkill is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. So really looking forward to that, especially when we get up to Saratoga. But there are some events for those going down to Kentucky for Derby Week. The Chestnut Hall, which is a facility people can rent out, they can use for weddings, they can stay there. We're having an event on Tuesday. Me and Pete Fornatal, we will be at there tasting bourbon, giving some probably really bad handicapping advice, as well as some visits to Blackburn, which is the Second Chances program outside of Lexington. And we are asking people to come on by and come visit, and you can check all the information out at trfinc.org. Acacia?
Blackburn, a wonderful organization, a wonderful facility as well. And I hope that if you're in Kentucky, you have the opportunity to visit. And Maggie touched on the great event that's going to be taking place there Tuesday of Derby Week. Bourbon and handicapping obviously goes hand in hand, Andy, but I know that you are a big proponent of the TRF as well.
Yeah, and life is about opportunity as well, and you think about the people involved in that, and everybody doesn't have the same opportunities that many of us have been blessed to have, and people make mistakes in their lives as well, and for them to get a chance, a second chance, another chance at life, to learn a skill working with the horses and give them that chance, give them that opportunity, it's really very touching to see, but it's really important to see as well, and you wish those people the best, and the work that TRF has done in getting in more and more of these facilities. It's incredibly important work, and I'm proud in any way to know people that work there, and they do such great work as well. And you see that story, an excellent feature, and you find yourself rooting for those people.
You can visit trfinc.org for more information on upcoming events or to donate. Taking our attention over this weekend to Oaklawn Park, we have the Bachelor Stakes coming up on Saturday, where we'll see the return, Andy, of a horse that was a very promising 2-year-old in Most Strike for Brad Cox. He won the Sanford, 4th in the Hopeful behind Forte, and we haven't seen him since then. He's making his first start back now as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, I don't think beating Forte is necessarily really that relevant in this race, because this was the race that kind of helped Forte become the horse he became by losing. Most Strike obviously ran big. He ran an 85 buyer. Now, the horses in this race have not come back and sort of, except for Forte, but they haven't come back and justified it. It's Brad Cox. Taking positions against Brad Cox seems to be a mistake in general at the racetrack. But I'm a little bit skeptical that this race was as good as we thought it was at the time. And I just think using Forte as a sort of starting point, kind of missing the point.
Most Strike broke his maiden at first asking at Churchill Downs back in June, won the Sanford up at Saratoga for trainer Brad Cox. Christian Torres will be in the saddle as he makes his first start as a 3-year-old. Obviously, the layoff to overcome. You mentioned the connections. You mentioned the promise he showed. Obviously, something happened after the Hopeful, and that we didn't see him moving forward after that, either trying to continue stretching out or to stick sprinting. And he will come back at the 6 furlongs, which I think is a vote of confidence as well, doing what he probably really wants to do.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Rivet has really improved. His last start, he ran very well. Army and on the rail ran a big figure last time, but he beat a Norm Cassie horse that came back and didn't run particularly well. I think he may have been in the Rivet race, actually, off the top of my head. So we'll see.
Easy
It's
Action,
an interesting race. Was it?
Easy Action. Right? Was that the one?
Yeah, the horse, yeah.
Might have
sounds
been,
right.
yes. But Rivet for Steve Asmussen, he's 5-2, had a 90 buyer speed figure for his allowance win last time out. An interesting rendition of The Bachelor coming up Saturday at Oaklawn Park. Back to today, we're on the inner turf for the 4th race in this $25,000 claiming race. A couple of the big contenders, still the ones taking most of the money. Lenny Kate and Be Up to the outside. Be Up for trainer Mike Maker getting back on the grass as well, as this one was last seen trying some synthetic races as well.
Yeah, he's only had the one start on the turf for trainer Mike Maker since he claimed him from Jonathan Thomas. That race was at Fairgrounds back in January. He was over, so she was over her head that day. You saw she was a big price, and I just thought she fit in here, seemed very, very logical. Almost too logical. I thought she'd be a heavy favorite, and by post time she probably will be.
5-2 on Lenny Kate. Let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
Horse that I'm interested in, Acacia, is one that's 3rd off of a layoff. That's number 3, breaking from the inside. Girls on Fire, as Kelly Rubley ships this mare in. Now, you kind of look at her form, and it lends you to believe that she is one that might take a while to get going throughout her turf seasons when she has a bit of a layoff in between races. So I'm kind of willing to forgive her for especially the first start back at Sam Houston and then the synthetic try at Turfway Park. And just facing probably a class of horse that she's very competitive with. And furthermore, she just looks the part. She does look like a horse that might take a while to get fit and really in race shape, because she is a bit more of a stout, kind of broader type of frame to her. But I like her relative to the rest of the foes that she meets here. She probably does look the best in the paddock. Whether that will have any bearing on the outcome of this race remains to be seen. But I do like her, and I do think she makes a touch of sense on form as well. Moving on to number 4, Lenny Kate, who's your current favorite, and 2 back in that last turf effort. I thought it was facing a better field, and she kind of got away a bit awkwardly, but did get to save ground. And she tipped out turning for home. She just had too much to do. She was put too far back at Gulfstream Park that day and couldn't make up the ground. She makes a lot of sense on paper, and she's always been a healthy type, a good doer. She's gotten a little hot and washy here in the paddock, not completely out of character. She's fine, but I just thought there might be some more interesting horses in here at bigger prices, but not at a bigger price as number 9, Be Up. As Andy pointed out, first time she gets to run on the turf for Mike Maker. She just looks like a turf router through and through. Being a daughter of Temple City, looks good in here. For me, of the 2 short price horses, Acacia, I do prefer Be Up.
She makes a lot of sense. Maggie, thank you so much. Be Up, getting back on the grass. The first time that Mike Maker had her on the turf was against much tougher than what she'll face today down at the fairgrounds, off of a layoff. And you just have to think that coming in here today, you'll see a better performance from her. We'll meet the field, though, kicking things off with Aaron's Enthusiasm.
Yeah, and Jamie Ness, you always have to pay attention to his horses. And this horse has a fast race going back and has won 3 times in the turf, far from impossible.
Breaking from the rail, first time on the turf for Mariah's Fortune.
Tries the turf for the first time. I couldn't find any pedigree.
It is a Giants Causeway mare, but the dam was unraced and not much as far as turf production. Here's the 3 girls on fire.
Yeah, Maggie had some nice things to say. I thought she needed to get faster, but she has one race that gives her a chance.
Of course, with the Laurel Racing situation, you see Kelly Rubley shipping in here. Here's the 4, Lenny Kate.
Yeah, she's probably the second likeliest winner of some of her races. She's also had a lot of chances, however.
She's 5-2, co-favorite. First time on the turf for this big price, the 5, Keen Dancer.
Yeah, she tries the turf for the first time with no turf pedigree at all.
Number 6, More Mango, getting back on the grass.
She's better going shorter, and still even then not good enough to compete with these.
Next will be the 7, 40 Smooth, who takes a bit of a drop in class. She has speed.
Yeah, she has some speed. She could be forward. I thought the pace could get pretty hot, though. Don't you think the 2 is going to show speed as well?
I would think so, especially breaking down from the inside. And your favorite, Be Up, now highlighted at 5-2.
Yeah, and I think she'll drift down from there. Listen, I'm not in love with her chances. I just thought she was the most logical horse, claimed for 35, running where she belongs here. Just sort of a logical horse, nothing particularly clever.
Pick 5 kicking off here as well. Again, this will be on the inner turf coming up in this 4th race. Take a look at the pick 6 sequence today. Hope that you're playing this afternoon at Aqueduct. Pick 5 or pick 6? This is the pick 6.
No, this is the pick 5.
Yes, pick 5 is starting here. This is the pick 6 sequence, though. I was confused because I said, anyway. You know,
you're fine.
Bobby Klatt, he came through with the wild applause, and now he's got me all confused with the pick 5, pick 6. The pick 5 is starting now.
I think it's Bobby, our producer, is having the tough day. I don't think it's you or I.
We'll blame him. That's fine. Pick 5 starting here for race number 4. So it's the same sequence of what you just saw, but ignore the 3rd race, as that already happened. There's a look at the number 3, Girls on Fire. She is a generous price. Maggie had nice things to say about her, and Javier Castellano going to be in the saddle. So there are a couple of things that are of interest, and she's a fresh face against these.
Javier's looking for his 2nd win today. Listen, I'm not going to take a particularly strong stand against anybody in here. It's not as though the favorite that I picked is standing on such solid ground. I thought her turf races were a little better than these. If she ran a race for Mike Maker, she'd be tough. But she doesn't have to show up and run. I don't think there's a strong case to be made for anybody in here, to be honest. I mean, they're all just sort of okay at best, and that's why they're running in a lower level claiming race on the turf. There are some unknowns in here taking some money. I'm surprised Mariah's Fortune's taking so much money. You know, I mean, another dam's a Giants Causeway. She was unraced, but the 2nd dam 0 for 1 on the turf. She produced better dirt horses than turf horses. Maybe there's something I missed about her. She does appear to be the speed on paper. She's taking an awful lot of money. But is she getting bet off of dirt races? That's the problem I have.
An interesting question for sure. That is the three girls on fire on track. Javier Castellano, the pilot, he has a date next week with Mage in the Kentucky Derby. That horse who is second behind Forte. He ran a big race in the Florida Derby. Still lightly raced when he came into this start as well.
Well, Javier dumped his first prom date, right? He was supposed to be riding Ray's Cane, and then Mage came along. Now, I'd prefer to ride Mage as well. I think Mage is one of the most talented horses in this Derby field and could be as talented as any horse in here. I also think these kind of tactics, breaking a maiden, going straight into 2 stakes, and then going to the Derby, are not the way you want to be successful in races. Even Curlin doing that was unable to be competitive now, albeit against much better horses, but he ran probably one of the worst races he ever ran in the Derby. Not a terrible race, but not as good as the Curlin we know. He's good, but he also has to stop getting left.
Yes.
He's gotten left in 2 straight races, and I'm not knocking him. I think he's a supremely talented horse. I just wonder if they may be asking too much too soon.
He'll go into some deep waters next week indeed. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, we'll see. Mage, a horse that probably, as Andy said, has a lot of talent, but the Derby, I swear, it's the one race where everybody wants to win it, but as handicappers, I feel like it's the first one we throw out because so much can happen. As we'll take a look, though, at a horse trying the turf for the first time, breaking from the rail, is Mariah's Fortune. And you guys talked about her on pedigree, and I don't see it here looking at her physically. She doesn't have the proverbial turf of, I will say she's a little bit of a lighter frame, which sometimes that does bode well for switching to the green stuff, but she got a little hot as well. She's always been a nervous type, and she is carrying a bit more weight and conditioning than what I have seen from her in the past, but again, at single-digit odds, I don't know. I'd be willing to take a stand against her. Look, your 8-5 favorite looks tremendous. She is the likeliest winner in here. Be Up. Just thought I'd take a little bit of a price here with number 3, Acacia. That's Girls on Fire.
I like it, Maggie. Thank you. 8-1. A nice price indeed on Girls on Fire, and the fresh face coming in here. The number 9, Be Up, still your favorite, Andy. 8-5 now on the board. The number 2, though, Mariah's Fortune, as you touched on, taking steady money, 5-1, first time on the turf. Now, she is a graduate of an OBS April sale. That was back in 2021. She sold for $160,000 as a 2-year-old, and she's now as a 4-year-old. But the OBS April sale going on now, there's still the rest of today and tomorrow left of the sale. I just came back from Ocala this morning. Here's a look at the sales toppers as of now. The Arrogate, who sold on the first day to Zidane Racing for $1.45 million, but as expected, some big prices over there.
$900,000 for a Frosted?
Yeah, purchased by Donato Lani. He actually has purchased the top 3 most expensive horses in the sale as of so far.
I don't know any of these broodmares, do you? I mean, I know you've looked at a lot of them, so.
From studying them, but the Arrogant, well, there's actually one who, I'm looking at the sales list now, just went through the ring. Donato Lani also purchased a Gun Runner for $2.2 million. So that's the current sale topper. I think
he's been pretty good, though,
just went through the sales ring.
Really?
Yeah, Gun Runner, who worked 10-1. But yes, the Frosted for $900,000 that you touched on worked 9-3. Was one of 4 horses to work 9-3 at this April sale, which is crazy fast.
That's got to be the highest priced Frosted, right?
I would think so.
Even his first crop, they didn't pay that much, did they?
Well, I saw one sell at the March sale for $475,000. So there have been some that have sold well, but $900,000 for a Frosted is a big price as well. But yeah, I thought this was a very strong sale. There were a lot of really good New York breds. I was down there for a few days with my husband. We came away with several after the first couple days, which was really exciting. And we'll get a chance to see those horses, a lot of them debuting soon at Belmont or Saratoga.
Yeah, no, you can see them. You know, listen, sometimes it takes a little while, but sometimes we see them right away. Yeah, 2-year-old racing should be starting at Belmont in about a month, probably,
yeah,
in a few weeks.
And a graduate of the OBS April sale last year, Practical Move, one of the toppers as far as the leaderboard going into the Kentucky Derby. Santa Anita handicap winner.
Bred by Saul Cuman and Chad Brown.
That's right. That's right. Yep.
Amazingly bred by Sal, but he might be one of the few horses in the Derby Sal doesn't own a piece
He
of.
does not own a piece of him. Yes, absolutely.
Sure, not for lack of trying.
Absolutely. But look, hey, it made sense. He sold well. I'm sure it's a bittersweet thing to see him going into the Kentucky Derby as a Grade 1 winner, but I'm sure there's got to be a lot of pride associated with that as well.
Right. Well, Madacat Stable, which Sal has, they race the dam Aknaughty.
Aknaughty.
Yeah.
Yep. And she's been sold. She was actually purchased by Sequel up in New York.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And I imagine that Chad Brown used his share and want to share in Practical Joke, because he trained Practical Joke to breed her, and that's probably, I would assume, how she came about, or he came about, excuse me.
We'll keep an eye on what's still to come at that OBS April sale. A little bit later on the show, you'll get to hear from consigners, buyers, all that, as far as taking a look at some of those promising 2-year-olds at the OBS sales. And still a very exciting horse and Into Mischief for Kieran Dunn's Wavertree Stables that also work 9 and 3 to go through the ring tomorrow. More on that later. It's time for the 4th race at Aqueduct coming up on the turf. Chris Griffin has the call.
Lenny Kate is in, and here's B Up, last to load to the outside. B Up is in. All set. And they're off. Aaron's Enthusiasm breaks well from in between horses. Will come out of the chute and is up by a clear length. Down towards the inside is Mariah's Fortune in the purple cap. Is Rank is reined back in there as here comes Girls on Fire with a 2-wide move. Pushing the tempo is going to be 40 Smooth. So it'll be Aaron's Enthusiasm and 40 Smooth, these two into that first turn. But Aaron's Enthusiasm lets it out again, is back up by a full length. 40 Smooth is tracking now in second. They get bunched up in behind that second place runner. As at the rail there comes Mariah's Fortune. Will save some ground. It's a tight spot for Girls on Fire. Nowhere to go is in 4th. Out wider, B Up is clear of the traffic, is in the 5th spot, and behind that is Lenny Kate. It's another length and a half. Now call it 2 to More Mango, and the trailer is Keen Dancer. Aaron's Enthusiasm went 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Right to the outside still is 40 Smooth, who's stalking from second. B Up is on the outside, is in the 4th position with Mariah's Fortune saving ground to the inside in 3rd. In between horses, Girls on Fire wants to go, and here comes Girls on Fire is within 2.5 of the lead. Out wider is going to be Lenny Kate. More Mango still second to last, and the trailer is Keen Dancer. 50 seconds flat for that easy half-mile time. Aaron's Enthusiasm. We'll try and take them all the way. It's Aaron's Enthusiasm. B Up now makes the move, and here comes Manny Franco and B Up. They now make a 3-wide run. 40 Smooth quickly drops out of it, has just been shuffled back to 4th. Lenny Kate's going to have a wide run, so will Girls on Fire. Down to the inside, it's Mariah's Fortune. Top of the lane, B Up has now got a head in front as Aaron's Enthusiasm is trying to kick back to the inside. Lenny Kate is launching a rally, but getting the jump was B Up, and B Up is sprinting away. It's B Up by 2-3 lengths now, a 16th to go. Aaron's Enthusiasm trying to hold off an oncoming Lenny Kate, but B Up, Manny Franco, they get the score. It's B Up who gets the win. Lenny Kate looked to get up there for second in a photo with Aaron's Enthusiasm, and Mariah's Fortune in 1 minute 44.50 seconds.
B Up was the best in race 4, and Andy, it's not like she had a clean trip. Wide, a little bit tough to handle, and she overcame a lot of things to pull away from this field.
Well, I mean, she was so much the best, it's almost ridiculous. You know, it's tough to be 3 wide like that with no cover into the first turn. It's often really just eliminates you from running your best race. She just destroyed this field. She looked best on paper, and she was best on the racetrack. And it's not, you know, the race didn't really fall apart. I guess the 4 just got up to beat the second. The 1, is it the 1 who finished 3rd, 9-4-1?
I think it was 9-4-1. It was close for second between the 4 and the 1. It was actually the number 1, Aaron's Enthusiasm, who set the pace. And I'm looking, I think it was the 4 who got second. But the 1, Aaron's Enthusiasm, was surprisingly the one who set the pace for most of the race.
I agree, and I appreciate the aggressive ride. Silvera's an aggressive rider. I think I had a cold try here.
Well done.
The 3 was 4th. I had a super. I didn't bet it, so it doesn't really count.
Oh, it's going to
They're
happen.
also 3-2 over 2-1.
3-2.
It's not exactly.
You know what? You're
I think
really
they were the favorites in order. So
you're very sharp.
I'm embarrassed now. I even said so. Thank you,
You're
Occasion.
very sharp, Andy.
I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Thank you, Occasion.
9-4-1-2.
Nah, I blew the super, so I get no credit.
3-2 favorite, much the best. B Up, the number 9, with the win in the 4th at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices and more after this. Stay with us. There's a lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. We'll be right back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the fourth, it was all about Be Up, 3 wide throughout much of the race, and she was able to kick away from this field under Manny Franco.
Yeah, Manny gets 2 straight wins and 2 straight easy wins. And this she was a race mare, I should say, was just an hour the best. She made $5 look like an overlay.
Indeed, over Linny Kate, Logical Horses finishing 1-2. The number 1, Aaron's Enthusiasm. Ruben Silvera, we saw him get to the winner's circle last week. Of course, a rider usually based in Pennsylvania in the Mid-Atlantic, but when he comes here to New York, Andy, he puts in aggressive rides, and it often really pays off.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a horse to be aggressive and Ruben's riding it, you can be fairly confident he will be.
Manny Franco, though, with your winner, Be Up, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Well, we're dodging horses down here, guys. I'm in the middle of everything. That was poor decision on my part to stand here, but hopefully they can go around us. But Manny, second win in a row for you. Be Up. Tough post to overcome, really no cover. Talk a little bit about riding a horse that you know has got a great shot to win, but you're just hung out to dry the whole way.
Yeah, I knew the pose it was a tricky pose, so. But at the same time, I'm riding the horse to be, so I don't was really too much concerned about the draw. I just try to ride my race, let him break. If I can save ground, I do it. If not, I was able to stalk 3 wide, and the horse did the rest.
I was gonna say, what's that feeling like when you know you're on so much the best and you just have so much horse underneath of you?
It feels great, man. It makes your job a lot easier, you know, and. Like I say, I put the horse where he needed to be, and the horse responded really well for me.
Legitimate shot in the Derby this year with Hit Show. Now, Manny, had you worked him in the morning when he was here?
Yeah, I have a chance to work in one when he was here.
We saw him work out with Verifying Saturday, I think. He looks tricky. Is that kind of him?
Yeah, that's him. If he goes slow early, he fight you know, and he tried to get out too, but it's when he do things slow, you know, but when he's running, free running, he's fine. It's kind of him.
I feel like a lot of people were critical of it, but what I loved is that he fought his exerciser or rider most of that first quarter and then still had plenty left in the tank to gallop out with Verifying.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, you know. I think he's the horse that had the stamina to go the distance. and Brad do amazing job with horses. So I'm just happy to be in this position to go ride that horse and feel, you know, I'm excited.
I think you have all of the New York racing faithful in the winter, especially behind you, rooting for you in Louisville. Manny, best of luck down there, but congrats here on what is shaping up to be a nice day.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco looking for that first Derby win. And Acacia, I know Brad Cox desperately wants one of his horses to cross the wire first in the Derby.
Oh, I know he's searching for that win, Maggie. Thank you. Of course, Mandaloon elevated with the disqualification of Medina Spirit after the fact, but Brad Cox looking for a horse to cross the wire first and get that Kentucky Derby win. Manny Franco, a second in the Kentucky Derby with Tiz the Law. He's looking for his first Derby victory with Hit Show.
Well, I agree with Maggie. We're all rooting for you, Manny.
He's been riding high here in New York, that's for sure. Already 2 wins on the card today. And with that, it's time for Andy and I to say goodbye. Time flies when you're having fun.
I know. It was a great time.
Yeah.
Really. And you're leaving. I'm going to hang out for a little while.
Well,
I got to deal with your father-in-law. He was misbehaved a little earlier, so I'd punish him later.
Craig Wolf and Richard Migliore coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. When we come back, will be a little bit of a discussion about trainer Bill Mott teaming up with his main man, Junior Alvarado, with the Holy Bowl winner, Rocket Can, and they march on to the Kentucky Derby.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, and never gonna $50,000, and never gonna $50,000. We're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million. Hold on, $2 million, $2,050,000, all through, and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million Rogers way. Good luck.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
Live coverage continues on FS2 from our Thursday card at Aqueduct. For more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. And we'll see a first-time starter bred by McMahon Thoroughbreds in this upcoming race. To kick off the pick 4, there is Fayette Joker. First-time starter by Practical Joke, who will debut from post 11. Manny Franco, Brad Cox will team up for Calumet Farm. Greg Wolf alongside the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, Richard Migliore. We're going to take you through the second half of this card here coming up.
Yeah, handsome son of a Practical Joke there. And think about McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds and when they started to now, and basically they have land all the way to the Saratoga battlefield. And their farm, the beginning of the farm started just near Saratoga Lake. So they've really expanded and have been incredibly successful. And you think Funny Side, just a few miles from Saratoga, born and raised.
Incredible.
Wow.
We're going to take a look ahead to our feature race this afternoon. It's going to be a sprint on the grass. New York Breds, 6 furlongs, outer turf. This is a look at the field that's going to line up. And Vacation Dance going to be 3-year-old debut coming up for this John Kimmel, son of the lieutenant, who's a stakes winner, who is graded stakes placed. But figures-wise, not some huge standout in this race.
Yeah, but also those were 2-year-old figures, right? So now it's 3-year-old figures. I mean, is he going to take that step forward? I love his work pattern at Palm Meadows. 46-4, 3 works back. And I like when they have that fast, serious work and then a couple of easy works leading into it. This is a horse that I watched work on the turf with John in Saratoga last summer. Was very impressed with him. They gave him a shot on the dirt heading into winter. They said, okay, he showed us he's not a dirt horse, he's a turf horse. Good outside draw, gives Kendrick Carmouche options.
2 wins in the 3 turf starts, has never been off the board. The only defeat by a neck against a horse who ran to the Breeders' Cup program. Beat a neck that day in that Grade 3 Futurity. Lots to like with Vacation Dance. We'll see if he takes that move forward. Here in his first start coming up is a 3-year-old taking on some elder statesmen in this group who are horses that have won several races on the resume.
Yeah, he's facing some more seasoned rivals. Now, you take a look at him here in this win picture, right? He's a big, strapping 2-year-old. I'm going to be curious to get Maggie's take on what he looks like as a 3-year-old. Did he stay the same, or did he get bigger and stronger? Because if he got bigger and stronger, as good as he looked at 2, might be special.
All right, we'll get to that race coming up. Again, that's our feature, race 7 on this Thursday card. Derby picture, we are 9 days away from that first Saturday in May. We are just about there. Cannot wait. We had some late news. Wild on Ice is out, and that's going to allow a horse by the name of Skinner for John Sheriffs to draw into that top 20 in this field. It's still the 2-year-old champ. Forte for Todd Pletcher, trying to bring Pletcher the Hall of Famer, his 3rd Kentucky Derby. And for Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, trying to get his first true Kentucky Derby win. Obviously backed into one with that DQ of Maximum Security a few years ago with Country House, but he'd love to actually cross the wire first to get to feel that jubilation.
Without that anxiety of sitting there while numbers are blinking and waiting to see if you're going to get put up. Certainly, Bill Mott's won just about everything there is to win. Listen, this is a real nice horse. It feels like he's going to have to improve, but this is a funny time of year when 3-year-olds continue to improve. You saw him in behind horses, kind of got out, kind of finished with a grinding run, if you will. I do think he needs to take a step forward.
And you know, his last audition for the Derby, not something that left a real positive taste in your mouth in that 4th place finish in the Arkansas Derby, but we'll see if he can turn things around. Obviously in the right barn to do it. Here's his trainer on his chances on Derby Day.
looks good. A nice steady workout for him, and he worked fast his first work back last week, and we just wanted a good steady 5/8 out 3/4 of a mile. So he was out 3/4 in 1:14. Good steady work the whole way. Good gallop out 7/8, 29. So certainly a useful work.
Analyze his Arkansas Derby.
He maybe had a little bit of a wide trip, but he gave me the impression that maybe there was a little bit more left in the tank. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not taking away from the winner, but it looked like with a little better effort, he could have been second. And we just feel like maybe he's not, either hasn't learned how to give it all, or he's not given it quite everything just yet.
Blinkers?
Well, they were on this morning.
Yeah. Are you going to enter in blinkers then? I mean, is that the intention?
Yeah, that's the plan. If he runs up beside a horse, and he won't just be content to hang there with him, when the rider gives him a little encouragement, he'll choose to go on and put a little more effort in.
Well, as we talked about, Bill Mott, the chaos we've seen the last few years in the Kentucky Derby, but he knows as well as anyone, if you have a chance, any kind of chance, just to be in that race, get in the starting gate, because anything can happen.
Well, certainly. And watching him work with blinkers, I took a negative and a positive. The negative was I didn't like the way he jumped back to his left lead mid-stretch. But the positive was he left his workmate when he was given the cue after the wire on the gallop out. Now, so one of the reasons they'll put blinkers on a horse is because they're a little bit more herd-bound than other horses. They're very content to run with the pack as opposed to imposing their will. I think the blinkers had the desired effect in that respect when he left his workmate.
Talk plenty more of the Derby contenders throughout the program in the days coming up. Right now, it's pick 4 time. New York Breds, maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint. This is a first-time starter. Sees the city for Michelle Giangiulia. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
This is a fascinating race, and I'll stick to the first-time starters here in the paddock. And Michelle Giangiulia, yes, sending out a first-time starter. It's not something she has yet the most experience with when you look at stats and everything, but Seize the Night is a very good-looking son of Carpe Diem. Now, the Dam, she went winless in her career, but a half-sibling is a stakes winner on the dirt, going a mile. Yet, on the other hand, most of the other siblings were better on the turf or the synthetic. But this guy here, I like what I'm seeing for him with regards to this 6 furlongs on the main track at first asking. He's big, he's impressive looking, he's strong and well muscled, he's prepared, maybe a touch green when he first walked in here, but they've gotten the tack on him without a problem and just seems ready to go. I mean, maybe he does need a race and will need to race into fitness because he is a bigger type, but I really like the looks of him here in the paddock. As number 8 will go out for Horacio de Paz. That's that is Golden Arm, I should say. Son of Unified. The Dam did win her first start as a 2-year-old, posting a 90 Beyer speed figure, and she went on to be graded stakes place, and 4 of the 5 foals have been winners, and kind of a versatile pedigree with regards to what they want to do. But I do feel as though Horacio probably has this guy in the right spot, might want a little bit more ground moving forward, a little bit more of an even frame, though there is a lot of substance to him, which I appreciate. Got a little sharper once they got the tack on him. He's okay. He didn't wow me, but I can see him running well here. Has a real honest and eager kind of look to his eye, which I always appreciate. Outside runners include number 11, Fayette Joker, who you guys were talking about. And this one for Brad Cox has that quick appearance. A little bit of a Charlie Chaplin kind of look up front, but usually that is indicative of a sprinter. And furthermore, he's really kind of built downhill, elevated hind end to him. I still feel like there's some development to do. He might benefit from getting a start, but again, I am not going to be surprised when we see some speed. Moving on to the outside runner, that's number 12, Prix de West for Bill Mott. While the Dam is a half-sister to Grade 1 test winner Flashing, she was better on the turf, and I'll be honest, there's nothing about this horse physically that looks as though he went 6 furlongs on the dirt. He's long, rangy, turf hoof to him. While I like the look of him, I just don't like the look of him for this race, Greg. We'll see what he can do here sprinting at first asking.
Yeah, and despite that big pedigree you talked about, the half to Flashing not taking a lot of money right now. 8-1 from that outside post for Bill Mott with his main man, Junior Alvarado. Here's the one against the rail. This is Freudmine, Chris Englehart's second-time starter.
Good speed first time. Should apply the same tactics today from the rail.
First-time starter Maggie began with Seize the City.
Love the work tabs. 6 consecutive works, all 6 days apart.
Jimmy Bondrunner getting on a fast track for the first time, the 4.
Yeah, and a horse that has shown speed in both starts could take a step forward.
On the ledge, ran decent on a fast track, 2-back.
Another horse that's been showing speed, get Kendrick Carmouche.
I thought this horse interesting. This horse took money first time out. Minor stumble in that debut.
Yeah, but it was in the mud. You don't know how then they handle kickback. Certainly could take a step forward. The money first time is meaningful.
Especially from a barn that does not take a lot of money. So obviously it's shown some ability. The 8 Golden Arm, first time starter, Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, a horse that is in capable hands and is taking some money here at 5-1.
Ormstown, this horse faced a horse, 19 Oysters, put up an 84 buyer in the debut.
Yeah, it came back, didn't run so well, 19 Oysters. This horse actually ran okay. It was on the hard chase from the inside throughout.
Pop Coyer, Trevor McCarthy for David Duggan.
Gets back to the dirt and has run races that would be competitive here, particularly his race 3 back.
Yeah, that was the last time on the fast track, and he ran a 60 buyer. Fayette Joker. There's the first-time starter that was bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Taking money off a good, steady work tab, shipped in here from Churchill Downs late March, and has never missed a beat.
This connection is going to take plenty of money, and that's the case. Brad Cox, Manny Franco. And then here is the one out of the dam who's the half-to Grade 1 test winner, flashing the Belmont Filly Prix de West. Colt, excuse me.
Yeah, and the mare has thrown 3 horses to race, 2 winners, so she has produced. Outside post. Always tough for a first-time starter. There's a lot of empty space to run to, and horses are like water. They tend to flow to empty space.
5 minutes away from the start of the pick 4 coming up. 45,241 in that pick 4 pool and growing. Got a few more minutes to get those bets in. You can get signed up, play with Nauer Bets. Get that $200 sign-up bonus when you punch in that code for new members, Derby25 at NauerBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Here's the 2. So this horse, the experience, had the rail in the debut. Gets it again today. Showed good speed from the inside. Got beat by a Belmont second-time starter that put up a pretty good figure.
Yeah, and listen, this horse showed really good speed. I mean, 22 flat, 45-2. He was running. And again, he got the rail first time. He gets the rail this time. So he's a horse that you know can overcome that. See him late here. He's lingering on his left lead. Lingering. And a horse that was more professional to his outside on his proper lead was able to run him down. But this horse hung in there all the way to the wire, despite the fact that he ran the entire length of the stretch on his wrong lead. So critical that they switch leads. It helps him find a bit more energy.
See if he could sort that out, learn from it today. He's still 5-2, but favoritism has gone to the first-time starter to the outside, that Brad Cox practical joke 3-year-old. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, let's talk about a few long shots in here, both of which making their second starts. We'll begin with number 9. That's Ormstown. Now, he is a half-brother to Water's Edge, who was a nice New York bred for Dave Donk. Can't say that he looks like Water's Edge physically, but he's a big, solid type. On the flip side, it's not like he took a lot of money in that first race, too, which was won by a first-time starter, 19 Oysters that day. He broke well from the inside, and then he just came up tired. He strikes me as a horse who does come off of a 2.5-month layoff nearly. That's going to take a lot to get fit. He's kind of a big, heavier type. Now, I really do like the warm-up that Georgie Vargas gave this guy. Really asked him to gallop away from the pony. He's moving well out there. So I appreciate that. He's moved up a little bit in my eyes. And look, he's a big price in here. It just feels like he might still need a start. Now, one that took a lot of money at first, in his first start, was number 7, Woodside Warrior. And I mean, he was 3.5-1 in the face of a first-time starter who had a little bit of a pedigree for Todd Pletcher, who won the race in Signal Court. This guy didn't show anything at all. Now, I was against him because he just did not look fit. He comes in, he's a bit more tucked up. Now, he doesn't get, maybe one would say, a favorable rider change, but then again, Joey Martinez might be getting on him in the morning, so he's familiar with this horse who did seem as though he wanted a lot of encouragement out of the gate. So there has been a physical improvement with him from first to second start. We'll see if there really is fire where there was smoke last time as far as the odds board was concerned. Now let's take a look at a horse taking a lot of money, and number 2, Freud Me In. He ran great first time out. I mean, he didn't break that well. Then he kind of got to the lead, and he was beaten by the horse that broke better than he impressed him the whole way. He did not switch leads. You guys were checking that out. He seems like a big, he is a big gangly horse that maybe coordination isn't going to be necessarily his forte, but I like the fact that he comes back in here from his first start, could care less, just totally chill in the paddock, gotten on his toes a little bit out in the racetrack, but I like when speed horses are kind of like that because it shows it hasn't really frazzled them. And if he can put it together physically, then he's going to be very tough in this spot. I'm going to opt, though, with a price, Greg, in number 3, Seize the City. I just have loved everything about this first-time starter, and not one that I necessarily think is going to win, but one I want to highlight that could run well.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 11-1, Seize the City. The dam did produce a minor stakes winner, routing on the dirt, who was a 3-time winner overall. So price on that debuter with Katie Davis in the irons.
Yeah, and the mare has had 7 foals to race, 6 winners. I love this horse's work pattern, and let me explain.
The
right?
3.
The 3, Seize the City. This horse, started in February. It was 8-9 days every work, and then starting in March, it was every 7 days consistently. The last 6 works were spaced exactly 7 days apart. You'd have a couple of slow works, then a faster work. And to me, that's what I want to see. Horse shows that ability, but's able to turn it back off, get that minute gate work, minute and 2/5 out of the gate, came back with a little easy 3/8 leading into this. Horse made a nice impression in the paddock, nice impression on the track. I thought this horse was very interesting. Now, on the flip side of that, you look at the 8-horse Golden Arm. This horse had big gaps, right? Worked February 19th, didn't work again till March 19th, roughly a month, right? February's a short month, so not quite a month. Then started working more steady, but this horse comes in with less steady works and less of those little sprinkling of faster works in between. So when I look for work patterns with a first-time starter, I want to see even spacings for an elongated period of time, and every once in a while, a little bit of that flash that, wow, this horse has ability.
Speaking of that flash, I know we're going to take a look at a first-time starter here. That 7-horse on your screen showed some flash on a couple of occasions, including a Bullet Gate Troll, and that's why low percentage barn and there's the 7, went off at 3.5 to 1 first time out. That alone is significant. So obviously the horse had ability in the morning, didn't show it a lot, but it was a muddy sealed track, stumbled a little bit out of the gate. See if second time is different. I'm surprised this horse is that big a number.
Yeah, it's like they completely gave up on him off of one race and off going, and the horse did get off to a bobbling beginning. I won't even say stumbling. Mitchell Friedman is a very capable horseman. He's a guy that has won consistently. You need stock. At the end of the day, it's not jockey racing, it's not training racing, it's horse racing. And if you don't have the stock, you can only make them as fast as they are.
Meanwhile, here's your 8-5 favorite. Freud Me In gets that inside post again. Eric Cancel, the return call. Couldn't last, as you mentioned, with never switching leads, going 6.5 first time out. Only has to last 6 today. Should show that speed again from that inside.
I think it simplifies things. If you're Eric Cancel and you get the rail again with this horse, you've got to go forward. You've got to break. And if someone outruns you, make them outrun you so at least it spreads the field out.
Pick 4 begins here. 6 furlongs in this New York bred maiden special weight. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Russi. Also Fayette Joker. Now 3 out. Prix de West is going to be the outside draw here, is On the Ledge steps forward with Woodside Warrior. Start of the late pick 4 here at Aqueduct. There's On the Ledge. Prix de West. Woodside Warrior, last to move in. And in. All set. And Woodside Warrior just got up to the gate, now goes in. Now all set. And they're off. Slow start for Seize the City. Fast start for Freud Me In, down to the inside with Russi. They're 1-2. Pop Coyer's joining that early mix, and they line up. Also in there comes Golden Arm, and Golden Arm with a nose in front in the 3-path. It's Golden Arm who's in front. Russi back to second. Tight spot here for Freud Me In. Nowhere to go is at the rail in third. On the ledge is Tugging, and here comes On the Ledge. That shuffled Woodside Warrior back. Pop Coyer's in that early mix, is now in the 6th spot. Out wider, that's going to be Fayette Joker as they move into the far turn. They're chasing Golden Arm, a lineup of 4 in behind. On the Ledge is now taking second. Pop Coyer in third. Freud Me In has had a tough journey as to the inside of Russi. Under a full drive comes Fayette Joker. From the back, trying to run on Prix de West, is now within 6 of the leaders. Also sees the city starts to rally. Woodside Warrior, Ormstown is far back the trailer. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and up front, it's head and head. To the outside, it's On the Ledge who's challenging Golden Arm. It's Golden Arm who's still a neck in front. Golden Arm On the Ledge, and an oncoming Fayette Joker down the center of the racetrack here for a final furlong. It is still Golden Arm at the rail, but Fayette Joker gets much closer. Golden Arm is still finding for a final 16th. Golden Arm, here comes one last lunge. Fayette Joker, Golden Arm, Fayette Joker, Golden Arm, Fayette Joker, Golden Arm, and Fayette Joker. Golden Arm over Fayette Joker, then came On the Ledge, and a photo back there for Freud Me In with Seize the City in 1 minute 11.13 seconds.
Golden Arm, first-time starter, broke sharp under Jose Ortiz and able to hold off another first-timer for Brad Cox, Fayette Joker.
Horatio DePaz showing once again how capable he is with first-time starters. I wasn't crazy about this horse's work tab. He popped out of the gate, was professional, showed the most speed, was the last horse standing, if you will, that was part of that pace, and then held off a very well-met first-time starter in the 11. Fayette Joker, you do want to keep an eye back on the 3. Seize the City, broke slowest of all, and actually finished with interest after reacting negatively to the kickback. Very game effort, take nothing away from the winner, the runner-up. The horse I will play back is 3, Seize the City, who was in a photo for 4th. Don't think he quite got there for 4th.
8-1 on your winner to start this pick 4. Jose Ortiz, BBN Racing. And it's 2 first-timers completing this exacta here to start off the late pick 4, 8-11-6-2. Wow, Freud Me In went off at even money in the end.
He did, and didn't make the lead, got outfooted by a very well-met first-time starter here, and did okay to change tactics and hang on for 4th. But again, tell people, go back, watch this replay, and clue in on the 3 horse, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Again, 8-11-6-2. All the prices for you when we come back. Move into race 6 when we return. And we'll talk more Derby. Getting close to that first Saturday in May. Just 9 days away. That countdown is underway. Do you have your Derby horse yet? We'll help you pick them when we come back.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on our Thursday card from Aqueduct. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We are underway in the Pick 4, and 2 first-time starters run 1-2 to kick it off. Golden Arm at 8-1. The upset victory under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and look at, you talk about head bobs. It was clear that the 8 Golden Arm won, but that head bob late by the 11-horse Fayette Joker made it a little bit closer.
Nothing like winning on the circuit and winning with a first-time starter that may have a very promising future. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Brian Klatsky of BBN Racing. And Brian, as you guys you're just filling in the blanks, because I was like, I know you're Silks. But Lexington-based. Talk a little bit about buying your first New York bred up at Saratoga and then getting the win here at the Big A.
Well, it's been a great experience for our partners. We generally buy most of our yearlings at Keeneland, Kentucky breds, and in the summer of 21 we wanted to have something. We do have partners in the New York area, so we wanted to take a shot at the New York bred program, and we bought one in Saratoga, and Horatio has been fantastic and got us to the winner's circle on our first time out.
And Golden Arm, he was quick away from there and resilient and just determined to win.
Well, he had trained forwardly. We didn't expect him to be 100% today. We knew he might need a race, but Jose gave him a great ride and he held it all together.
He has a great honest eye about him, which I really appreciate. But the reason why I said your Silks looked familiar is you won a pretty big 2-year-old race last year. But Mo Stash, looking forward to him coming up this weekend, right?
Derby weekend in the American Turf. So we had a really good meet at Keeneland. We had Mo Stash win the Transylvania with Vicky Oliver, and excited for Derby Day.
Well, will you guys be making the trip down, of course?
Absolutely. You can't miss Derby Day.
Exactly. Well, at least you made it up here for the win. You're a Golden Arm. Congratulations, Brian.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
And they are very enthusiastic here about the game, guys, and it's good to see new people getting into the New York bred game as well.
Yeah, might have another talented youngster here with his first time out winner as well.
Especially, he said they thought he might need a race so he could take a step forward. And just what Maggie said, how resilient he was. One thing you can't find out about a horse in training is just how tough they're going to be, how tenacious they're going to be. Well, he proved that today in his first race, and if he has a step forward, could be good things in his future.
Let's move on to race 6 coming up next. $40,000 claiming race, 7/8 of a mile, main track. And we'll get a look at the field here in just a moment. I thought this was a really intriguing race. Milton the Monster, some big races to go back to, who loves 7/8 of a mile and is going to get class relief here as well. 3-1 favorite, though, right now. It's the 7 Nuclear Option.
I thought I was being clever. I kind of like Nuclear Option. He was on the hard chase last time, trying to keep up with the Prisoner. I don't see that kind of pace in here today. I thought he might even get pretty comfortable. But I guess a lot of other people were being clever as well.
He had a race a few starts back where that should make him maybe a 2-5 favorite in here, but it's just that one race. He's never done it before. He hasn't done it since. See if he can come up with the goods again today. Jamie Ness, first off the claim with Nuclear Option. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. It is wide open in the older horse division this year, and maybe this horse is going to be a major player. Joel Rosario from Off the Pace for Mike Stidham on the Son of Tappet with that Grade 2 Oaklawn handicap win. We'll review it when we come back.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Proxy is coming on the far outside. Here comes Proxy. Proxy and Joel Rosario rallying on the far outside.
Joel Rosario goes 6 wide coming out of that final turn into the stretch. Of course, actually got a call that he wasn't going anywhere. It didn't look like he was, and all of a sudden he turns it on.
He looked like he was spinning his wheels out, a bit wide, turning for home. But the way Joel Rosario gets horses to respond, and he runs free, unencumbered down the center of the track to run down a dead game Last Samurai. And Stiletto Boy, who weaved in and out a bit. He went out and bothered a horse a little bit to his outside. Then he came back in trying to tighten it up on Last Samurai. And I just think guys are better off riding straight to the wire. The money's in front of you. It's not to the left or right of you. But Proxy was very good, and he ran down a dead game Last Samurai, who has just been in raging form.
And it certainly seemed, you watch this race back, Joel Rosario and this horse wanted to keep him outside of horses.
Well, Joel's philosophy on riding seems pretty evident. He likes to get horses comfortable, and he doesn't mind losing some ground if they are free and they can use their stride properly and have that unencumbered run.
Or does this, it's very early. There's no superstars yet. No one's really emerged in this division. We, had some big departeds. Yeah. Obviously, Flightline to the breeding shed. Can he be a major player?
Oh, absolutely could be a major player, but I do think it's too early to make that determination. Last Samurai's been in great form. Stiletto Boy's been in good form, beating Proxy previous, right, in the Santa Anita handicap. So it'll sort its way out, and there might even be somebody laying in wait that we haven't really seen emerge yet. It's way too early to start making those assumptions.
Wow, for him, his 5th career victory, $1.7+ million in earnings, and that near miss in the big cap grade 1. Now he gets this prize. Looks like maybe a 5-year-old. And we say it a lot on this program too. 5 years old, you start to really maybe be at your best and come into your own.
Yeah, horses don't fully mature, most horses, and it's a generalization, until the age of 5. The problem is we don't see a lot of them compete at 5. The good ones get packed off to stud or as broodmares, and we don't get to see them compete at those older ages. So it's nice to see a 5-year-old, coming into his own.
Take a look at this division and who are some of the standouts at this point. As you said, it's very early. Charge It, disappointed in that race, no question. Samurai, hopefully he can keep on going. He ran very good in defeat. Skippy Longstocking seems like one of the big names on that list, and we'll see what happens with Taba going forward. I would not certainly throw him out off that one bad performance. Maggie, you had a chance to see it up close and personal. What were your thoughts of Proxy?
Proxy is one of those horses that physically you could not ask a horse to be more well put together, to just be stronger and just more fulfilling to the eye than what Proxy is. He's gorgeous, but it's been kind of what's between his ears that, as it typically is with Tappets, that's been a bit of a work in progress throughout his career. I remember seeing him going back to Louisiana when he was on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and him just being an utter handful for Mike Stidham and his crew. So yeah, he still does that thing where he takes himself out of races inexplicably, and then comes with this flourish yet again. So, and he's in his pre-race, in his preliminaries, he likes to act up, and it's all about kind of harnessing that energy and directing it where it should be. If he ever really, really puts it together, he could be a force to be reckoned with, but then again, he is a 5-year-old, so I don't know if that day's ever going to come, Greg. But I still want to give Last Samurai a shout out. I don't think he necessarily wanted to come through on the rail. In Stiletto Boy, you can't scoff at him either, but I still got a lot of love for Last Samurai and think there's still some big races to come for him.
Tremendous meet from that horse and what Dwayne Lucas did with him. The defending champion of this race last year, 2 graded stakes wins and a near miss in the Oaklawn handicap at the meet.
It nearly ran the table of that comprehensive series they have for older horses there at Oaklawn. And last year when he won the Oaklawn Park handicap, it was a surprise. This year he's really put it together, and his consistency has become his benchmark. Now I want to see it outside of Arkansas, because it seems like he has an affinity for Oaklawn Park. I'm a big fan as well, and I'm hoping that it translates, but we need to see it.
We're being huge on the West Coast at Santa Anita as well in a Grade 1. On to the next. What's coming up in the near future? Obviously, Stephen Foster is going to be a race that some big names would target going forward. That's July 1st. But before we get there, plenty of races to go after. Hollywood Gold Cup, Brooklyn Invitational, obviously, for horses that are more marathon types.
Then you got the Westchester going a mile, which is turned into a really strong prep for the Hillendale Met Mile. So it's going to be interesting to see. Wayburn, who just comes off a big win, is going to run in the Westchester. It's going to be interesting to see who kind of emerges as a force in this division.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun summer with a division that appears like it is very wide open. We know it was dominated last year, start to finish, by Flightline. Very different story this year. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, 6th race, 40 claiming sprint at 7/8 of a mile. And that's the remaining half of the entry. Jake Rocks, Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche, and a 6-time winner.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Trainer Mark Cassidy joining me now. And Mark, you're also on the board of OBS Sales. I know you are an Ocala man at heart, too. Can you tell us a little bit about, from a trainer's perspective, why this sale is so appealing to look for a nice horse?
I just think there's all shapes and sizes. Different, it doesn't matter if you're looking for a horse for $25,000 or for $1 million. The sale has been tremendously successful. I think I brought Shamrock Rose out of this, who won the Breeders' Cup. Aero Force, who was second beaten ahead in the Breeders' Cup. I think I bought maybe 20 Breeders' Cup horses. Wonder Gadot, she was second in the Oaks. So they've come out of this sale. You kind of got to do your homework, and you run around and cover a lot of ground.
Plenty of opportunities. You mentioned a good number of horses, too, and you have the opportunity to see them breeze over the synthetic track here, too.
What's nice about the synthetic, the horses move well over it, but more importantly, they come back in good shape, and I just think it's much kinder to the horse, and that's important. So when you're going around and you're looking at these horses, after watching them work fast, that's all fine and dandy, but you need a good sound horse, and the synthetic does that.
With your training operation based here in Ocala largely too, I know you've gotten a chance to see firsthand the impact that the sale company has on the community in Ocala in general, with so many consigners and buyers being based here.
I've been doing this for a long time. Ocala's got more and more, that's what it is. It's two-year-old country because we have great weather during the winter. We can get our horses ready. And OBS is the leading two-year-old consigner in the world. So, yeah, it's a great place, and it's close to home.
Here's to finding some more stakes winners this week.
Thank you.
Always on the search for that next star in that OBS Spring Sale continuing through Friday.
Mark's such a great scout of young talent, and his father, Norman, who Mark's son is named after Norman, one of the founders of OBS. So Mark's got a long and storied history there.
Never been to an auction. It is just exhilarating.
Oh,
Gotta try and get there.
It's fantastic. If you're in Saratoga this summer, you can come mark up your book and keep track of them. You might see a Derby winner sell or the champion sell. You never know what you're going to see up there.
And just seeing the bidding go, too, just one of the most exhilarating things I've ever seen in the sport. 6th at Aqueduct, we are approaching the 7-minute mark to post. There again, the horse we saw going to break. Jake Rocks coming off a win for Rob Atras. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
It is exhilarating, Greg, except when your husband buys a horse for over $100,000 with your own money. Anyway, he sold it, so all good in the end. But number 5, Milton the Monster. He does go first off the claim here for George Weaver. Very proficient at this 7-furlong distance, but he's especially proficient over a track that has moisture in it, that is sealed specifically. He looks fantastic here. And last time, I do think he was wrangled back off of a pace that ultimately ended up on the slow side and wired by Market Alert, and does take a drop in class, so makes a lot of sense and matches up here physically to boot. Number 6 going out for Ray Handal first off the claim. Did have a little bit of trouble at the start, but also doesn't get into stride that quickly for that 6-furlong type of runner. So I'm not opposed to this 7/8 distance. He is built very much of a sprinter frame, compact, but he looks sensational, and it looks as though he's feeling very good too. So maybe an extra furlong will mitigate that kind of sluggish beginning that often leads to a defeat, Greg.
Comes our post parade, and we'll start with Jake Rocks, going to have post 4 here.
In very good form for Rob Atras, a horse that's been showing a lot of determination in his races.
Next, we see Glory Road, post 6 for this Linda Rice runner, who's 3 for 6 at the distance.
Yeah, has been running consistently well also, moves up a bit in company. He's going to have to find one of his better races today.
11-1 on Lafitte's Fleet. This is the 8th barn switch since September for this horse. He gets the rail.
Yeah, horse that's been very popular at the claim box and goes to another good barn in Bob Caceres.
Lost in Rome at 21-1. Heeman Harkey rides.
5 tries at the 7-furlong distance, 2 wins, 3 seconds, but he's going to have to find a faster race than I've seen from him.
Some big back class here with Milton the Monster, who gets the easiest he's seen in a while.
Well, you pointed it out earlier. 5 starts at 7 furlongs, 4 wins. He's been good at Aqueduct, and he's got some really strong races in his past.
Here's Think About It. Jorge Vargas Jr. for Ray Handal off the claim.
Yeah, he does stretch out to the 7 furlongs for the first time. Kind of interesting. We hadn't seen that before. Ran okay last time.
Beat is an even money favorite at this level the last time we saw him. The 7, here's Nuclear Option. Jamie Ness first off the claim. Reclaim for him.
Yeah, reclaim for him back in the Jamie Ness barn. I just thought that he's going to have an easier trip than last time. He was on the hard chase throughout last time and actually hung in okay.
Here's Charlie 5-0, 18-1, trained by Eduardo Jones.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve.
And 24-1 outside. This horse, not impossible at a big price.
No, especially if things were to heat up, you know, on the front end. He'd like a pace to run at, and he gets an outside draw and could come with a late run.
Eric Cancel will be aboard for Amira Shishakli. 2 for 5 at Aqueduct. Does have a win at 7/8 of a mile as well. You can play this race. Start of the late pick 3 with Naira Bets. $25 free Derby bet and that $200 sign-up bonus just for playing. New members punch in that code to get the offer, Derby25. At NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Favorite, tepid favorite, Jake Rocks. Kendrick Carmouche will take over for the injured Jose Lezcano. About a month, I guess, he's going to be out with that broken wrist.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, and, you know, we wish Jose a speedy recovery. Always tough to get injured.
Well, here's a look at Jake Rocks. Last time out, it was a win on a muddy sealed track, and it was going the 7/8 distance.
Yeah, he was collared here, and he dug in, and he kept finding, and you like a horse that'll fight for it. He just seems like he's become more tenacious recently, a horse that'll really, you know, show that he wants it, and he kind of kicks on again a little bit. It just seemed like every time somebody got close to him, he had a bit of an answer. You almost wonder if this horse would have, you know, continued challenging, but he kept finding, because he just didn't look like he wanted to be passed.
5-2 right now on this 6-time winner. As we take a look at Milton the Monster, who, we talked about, he has tackled a lot tougher company using the grade 3 toboggan 2 back. Allowance optional 62 last time out. And he was actually favored in that race against a good group that Market Alert would be your winner. We're going to go back, though, to a win. It was at 7/8, same distance as today on a muddy sealed track, and it was only for him 3 starts ago, and he was a winner.
And a big figure, but it also was on that muddy sealed track, and it feels like some of his better races have come on wet surfaces, not so much on a dry, fast main track. And I have my doubts about him for that. And it also feels like with Milton the Monster, it's just like you get all or almost nothing at all, right? I mean, he either runs giant or he's kind of a no-show.
5 of his, to your point, 5 of his 6 wins, on off surfaces. But he has tackled some tough ones. 7-2 right now. We told you he loves 7/8. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, but really, Greg, like I said in the paddock, he loves a wet track, but he is warming up sensationally out there. And this is a group of horses that feels like they're kind of climbing back up, whereas he's taking a step down the ladder, and I think he just holds that class edge over many of them. I'm going to land on Milton the Monster here, and I think that's a generous 7-2. And like I said, he was dragged off of a slow pace going a mile last time, which I think ultimately led to a poor performance. Do want to talk about... There's 2 speed horses here, and one of them is your 2-to-1 favorite in Jake Rocks. But the argument could be made that Jake Rocks might actually be better with a target in front of him. And I feel like with Ruben Silvera aboard, Nuclear Option is the option to go forward. And he's a horse that I think his better efforts come when he is on the lead as he goes out for Jamie Ness again. So I feel like, and Ruben's taken him away from the pony. You see him out there. He's constantly moving him, giving me every indication that he wants him to break and be on top, especially going back out to this 7 furlong distance. Obviously, the big question is, can he hold on going this far? And how much pressure will Jake Rocks apply? But I'd be concerned about this horse maybe getting loose today. Greg?
He's the speed of the race, no question. 7-2 here. We'll see if he can try and wire this field. And, again, we go back to that race. It was at Parks, the way he ended last year. That race made you think, wow, next level. We haven't seen it from him since, though.
No, I mean, he came off of back-to-back strong performances there at Parks. I thought his last race was really good. He was on the hard chase for a fast pace that the Prisoner was setting. Looked like he was just going to pass out at the 8th pole, right? He was going to get swallowed completely. And he kept fighting between horses, and was only beaten ahead, or 2 heads by Think About It and a head to Gemography. And that's a difficult trip to be on the hard chase. You're digging in, you're trying so hard, and you can't gain on the leader, and it's debilitating. Think, as a human being, if you're running track and you're running as hard as you can't gain on a guy. You're ripe to be picked off by everybody else. And the fact that he fought kind of pointed out to me, and I just think you get a different pace scenario today.
Down to 7-2. A few scratches in here, too, that has had that price come down a little bit. But the favorite remains Jake Rocks. Actress Kendrick Carmouche for the 7th win of his career. So we see the 4 about to load up. Milton the Monster, that 5-horse, the class relief. 7-2, looking for his 5th win in 6 starts at the 7/8 distance.
I love the name, Milton the Monster.
Great name. He's been a fun horse to watch, too. Set for the 6th. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Clear option's gone in. Here's Jake Rocks. Charlie 5-0. Rushing to win to the outside. Rushing to win. Steps forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Nuclear Option has early speed. Think About It is in the early fray. And here comes Jake Rocks. And now Jake Rocks will make it 3 across the racetrack. As in between horses is Think About It. And out wider, that's Nuclear Option. Those 3. up top. Charlie 5-0 is just off of them, is in the purple silks out in the center of the racetrack in fourth. Then behind that comes Lost in Rome. Glory Road starts to progress towards the back end of the field with Milton the Monster. They're 4 off the lead, the 2 at the back. Lafitte's Fleet and Russian to Win is the trailer out in the center of the racetrack. They went 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Jake Rocks is now all alone. It's Jake Rocks and Kendrick Carmouche will take him into the far turn. Think About It is now alone in second as Lost in Rome starts to pick up ground, is moving to the inside of Nuclear Option. Been wide, but Charlie 5-0 is on the move, and here comes Charlie 5-0 and Matty Olver. They're 3 wide. If they are coming after this leader quickly, it's Jake Rocks in front, ready for the challenge from Charlie 5-0. Following that move is going to be Milton the Monster. Nuclear Option is back for more. Think About It is down towards the inside. It looks like between these 5 right now with a quarter mile left to go. Jake Rocks at the top of the stretch is trying to fend them off. It's Jake Rocks in front. Charlie 5-0 is stalling a touch here on the grandstand side. Milton the Monster is rallying on, and Nuclear Option in between horses. A very game. Jake Rocks is still in front. Milton the Monster way out here on the grandstand side is picking up this leader late. Jake Rocks, Milton the Monster, Jake Rocks, Milton the Monster, Jake Rocks again. Jake Rocks gets the victory over Milton the Monster, then Nuclear Option. And Think About It in 1 minute 23 and 3.
Jake Rocks holding off Milton the Monster. 1-5-7 finish here in the 6th.
Jake Rocks broke alertly. Kendrick Carmouche put him on the lead. He got very, very comfortable. I thought he'd have more pressure. He didn't. Nuclear Option outfooted, made a run at him, as did Charlie 5-0 from the outside, a big run. And I tell you what, Milton the Monster, he had a tough trip because Charlie 5-0 kept coming out, kind of hampering his forward progress, carrying him a bit wider. But I don't think he was ever getting by Jake Rocks, who always seems to find a bit more when he feels the presence of a rival.
2-1 favorite at post time with the victory, and Kendrick Carmouche out-quicks this field, and it pays off.
You know, he took control of the race, in a race that appeared like, well, maybe there's other speed. Kendrick didn't let anybody else entertain that idea. He seized the race out of the gate, and that's how you ride a speed horse, and this horse is just in raging form right now. Jake Rocks, Jake LaMotta, raging form. Come on.
Well done. Love raging bull. 5 wins, last 6 starts for Jake Rocks. Windy Lee Farm owns Atris Carmouche. There's Rob Atris. Always a great text to send. A winning performance.
Yeah, that successful text. Been having a lot of fun talking horses with Rob down by the paddock and in between races. He likes to watch his horses run from the paddock judge's office. So I'm usually in there in between races, and I pick his brain about his approach to training.
And that big upset Grade 1 score over the Kentucky Oaks winner, Maracuja, coaching Club American Oaks, Saratoga, and does a tremendous job. He had a blazing March when it seemed like he couldn't lose. We're going to take a timeout. We'll recap an earlier feature on the lawn from today's card when we return with continuing coverage of America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We'll be back.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back in race 6. Jake Rocks, there he is with Kendrick Carmouche, went to the front and able to go gate to wire for the win, for the 7th win of the 7-year-old's career.
Nice performance, really showing good speed, leaving the gate so well now. And Kendrick, he knows how to seize control of a race.
$6.60 for the win. Milton the Monster, unable to get there in second. Nuclear Option in third. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Kendrick delivering the winning ride aboard Jake Rocks, and a horse that really kind of got in raging form for Rob Atras, Kendrick, but also one that has shown some adaptability and versatility, though it seemed as though you didn't want anybody else close to the lead today.
Nah, the horse, he does everything on his own. As you can see, he's in good form. You know, I watched Lascano ride this horse. He looked like he got the right trick for this horse. And, you know, I remember he told me not to grab him. He might run off with you. And, you know, he broke sharp today. I was a little worried about Jamie Ness' horse, but didn't look like if he wanted to clear. So I just dropped my hands on this horse. This horse knows how to win. He's a winner.
Kendrick, going back, we were just discussing about Jose Lascano and the broken wrist, and I remember that day, and you ran down the track to get to Jose. He's someone that you are friends with in the room. Have you talked to him? How is he?
You know, I'm friends with all the jocks, Maggie. I'm the oldest in there now, you know.
God, making me feel old.
No, don't feel old. You know, it's just when you get to that age, it's a pleasure to see these young guys coming up. And you know, Lascano, he's such a good guy. He's my friend. You know, he's real honest with me. He's about the one that can come in the jocks room and sit down next to me and tell me, Kendrick, you might have moved too soon, or you could have do this. You know, I respect him. And even Cornelio Velasquez, he was a big part of me doing good in New York. And you know, they just all good guys. We all here to learn each day, and Lascano is a friend to me in that perspective.
Well, wishing him a speedy recovery, and also wishing you the best of luck in the next race, Vacation Dance, a filly that you're reunited with, winning the Atlantic Beach 2 starts back. Have you been on her in the mornings for John Kimmel at all? But what are you expecting ultimately?
I just wanted the horse. It'd be good if we win today, but I really want the horse to come back into form and compete again on his level that he was at the beginning of his career. And I worked him last week. He worked very well, and Mr. Kimmel said he was training well in Gulfstream. So we just got to see what it's going to shape up to be. I got the eight post. You know, I just let him run out of there and just slowly cross over and let him get his feet underneath him and go from there.
Looking forward to it, Kendrick. I'll let you run back to the room, but congrats here.
Thank you, Max.
All right. Sorry, I was getting confused with a filly of John Kimmel's. Kendrick Ray, the daughter of Bar of Gold. Anyway, Vacation Dance, the Great Colt, is coming up next, Greg.
And the 2 times Kendrick has been aboard that son of the lieutenant. It's been 2 wins on the grass in the turf starts anyway. Looking forward to see that horse's return. We talked about at top of the show, if he can move forward, coming back off the bench, he could be formidable, but he's facing some elder statesmen in that group who are pretty accomplished.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting Maggie's take on him from a physical perspective, because he was a very imposing 2-year-old, and if he took another step, you know, it's just like human beings. Some kids mature faster than others. Was he as mature as he was going to be at 2, or did he take another step forward?
And we're going to get a look at him coming up here in a few moments. Take a look at how this Pick 5 has played out to this point on our Thursday card. And Golden Arm providing the price to this point with 2 races still remaining. And we don't know what we're going to get from Vacation Dance coming up. I thought this race was a little bit more wide open.
Oh, I think it's a very tough race, and like you said, he's facing some more seasoned veterans, if you will. And I mean, he was a very good 2-year-old. Let's see what he looks like as a 3-year-old.
So he's 3-1 right now, co-favorite, but your slight favorite. The 6 actually Frank's Art for Christophe Clement. Horse is making his 4-year-old debut, who's a multiple winner on the turf. So we'll get to this field. Now more on it coming up in just a little bit, including the post parade. Going to look back to earlier on in the card, and Manny Franco, Christophe Clement, teaming up with Love Appeals.
She was very impressive. I mean, this is a filly that debuted at 7.5 furlongs, a 2-turn race at Gulfstream, ran back in a stake going 7.5 furlongs, again 2 turns. And she was keen. If Manny Franco wanted to, he could have made the lead here. He kind of anchored her, got her back, set him behind. The one-horse Fancy Azteca, when he eased out, it was all over. And to put this kind of separation on a nice field, going sprinting on the turf, 6 furlongs on the turf, you don't see that often. And she won here down. This was extremely impressive.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. To win by that kind of margin, sprinting on the grass and not all out to do it. Very impressive what she did against this group.
I was actually a little bit surprised the amount of pace she showed early on, because she was very, very fast. And Manny said, okay, no, slow down, put her back, got her behind horses where she switched off. Christophe trains his horses very European in the morning. They'll, put one horse right behind another, don't let them see daylight, and they switch off. She switched off nicely once he got cover. When he produced her out of the cover, she quickened. She was really impressive. I guess there's a 7 furlong stake at Belmont in about 4 weeks, the Wild Applause, if I'm not mistaken. She'll be very tough there. I don't know how far she wants to go, but I think up to a mile, you're looking at a special filly.
Yeah, final few days of action for those that weren't aware here at Aqueduct, and we make that shift to Elmont, New York, and Belmont Park. We look forward to it. It's been a fun stay here. It's been an extended stay at Aqueduct, but we're looking forward to Belmont.
Well, we got back here immediately from Saratoga last year, so this is the longest stay at Aqueduct in a very long time, and the Belt Parkway traffic just never disappoints.
It does not, does it? We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. We're going to talk Memories of Silver, early feature on the Saturday card. And we'll look back at the great Memories of Silver. Grade 1 producer and winner. We'll be back right after this. The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafact coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafact.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Memories of Silver just in behind. Anti-Mame spun wide as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver comes on through. Anti-Mame is there on the far outside. Wishful thinking at the hedge into the final furlong. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver and Anti-Mame. They're coming down to the final 16th now. It's Memories of Silver on the outside, and she's roused to the lead. It is Memories of Silver in front. B.A. Valentine, Anti-Mame, and it is Memories of Silver, the winner by a length and a half.
That was a win in the 1998 Diana. Such a beautiful racehorse. That trademark blaze, and one that was really a lifeline to one of the country's most accomplished racing families.
Absolutely incredible pedigree to back it up. Incredible turn of foot. And Jerry Bailey, at the height of all his powers, would ride horses like Memories of Silver, who was favored in this Diana, always taking an edge. He wouldn't take for granted they were going to be the best on the day. he was going to save ground. He was going to find the gaps. He didn't overuse horses. I loved watching him ride. He would never ride a horse safely. He would put them in positions and know that he had enough horse to accelerate through spots. And people say, well, he rode the best horse, but look at the way he rode her. He was down in between horses, fighting for position. And one of the things I learned from Jerry a long time ago about getting your position going forward and saving ground being so important. To me, this race was Jerry Bailey at the height of all his powers, and obviously having an incredible dance partner like Memories of Silver.
Elite dance partner. Beverly D, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. Diana, just 3 of the 9 lifetime wins from 19 starts that she put forth in her career, and tremendous as well as a broodmare. We're going to see the Memories of Silver this year's edition coming up on Saturday. It's race 2 on the Saturday card. Mile inner turf and some, for the most part, lightly raced fillies.
Yeah, and nice to have a race name for it. Would be remiss not to mention Jimmy Toner, her conditioner, and what an incredible job he did with her, and so many horses from that family and the Phillips Racing.
Take a look. Royalty Interest debuted for Chad Brown, did go off favorite, won a maiden race. It was at Tampa, and now the shift to New York.
Yeah, it comes out into the stretch 4 wide at Tampa. You saw how confidently Irad Ortiz Jr., who will be riding her back. I think that might be the first Irad sighting in New York. Talk about good turf horses. We talk about turn of foot. And did you see how quickly she put separation on that field when she was asked? That's turn of foot. I love to see that kind of acceleration.
Chad Brown, Klarovich, Irad Ortiz Jr., they're back together again here in the Big Apple. So it's going to happen on Saturday early on. Meanwhile, Queen Picasso, Christophe Clement with a filly who is making start number 2. Her maiden win, it came at Gulfstream. And Jose Ortiz getting the return call.
Yeah, and not the trip that Christophe likes for his horses. No cover, kind of, you know, out 2-3 wide throughout, but continued and just was relentless, kind of a grinding, continual run. I was more impressed with the other filly's turn of foot, but you got to like this filly's resolute nature and the way she gutted it out.
And both those two winning in their debuts. There's Christophe Clement. Going to see him win a lot of races on the grass, especially on this circuit in the months to come. They'll be sending out Yarrow coming up in this race, which we'll get to. Meanwhile, will this be number 2,000 for Anthony Dutrow, Juniper's Moon?
It's amazing how many times, you know, jockeys, trainers roar up to a milestone and then they're just kind of stuck there for a little while. It's going to happen. Anthony Dutrow is a tremendous horseman, a true racetracker, a guy that, you know, has dedicated his life to the craft of training racehorses. And I hope I'm here the day he gets his 2,000, and I'm even more hopeful that I'm reporting because I would love to talk to him after that milestone.
Very good chance with that filly's ability. It's going to come on Saturday. We'll have that for you again. Race 2 early on the card, 1:52 Eastern start time. Post for that Memories of Silver. Meanwhile, the 7th race coming up, good one. 6 furlongs sprinting on the outer turf in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. We talked about Vacation Dance coming back now for the 3-year-old return to the races for John Kimmel. Kendra Carmouche looking to add another one. Let's head back down to Maggie.
Meg, I'll arm wrestle you for that Tony Dutrow 2000th win, as I've known Tony since I was born as well, and really pulling for him. I thought maybe he could do it today as it is his birthday today, but maybe we'll wait till Saturday. But let's take a look at some horses coming in off layoffs here in the Paddock. Vacation Dance, as we were talking about, you know, he's changed, as many horses tend to do, from 2 to 3. And while he was a bigger type of 2-year-old, he's almost gotten longer, leaner, taller, and looks as though turf sprinting isn't necessarily his niche. Like, he could go further than this, but it's the right spot to bring this horse back. I like him. He's very classy. He looks incredibly fit from that standpoint and ready to go. I mean, he's been preparing for this for a couple months now down in Florida, whereas his main rivals, which are 2 from the Christophe Clement barn, well, yeah, I'm sure at the farm they've gotten a leg up. They do have only those 3 recorded works at Belmont, and just historically speaking, it feels as though Christoph's horses in this position do tend to need a start, and that's the vibe I'm getting from number 6, Frank's Art. While he is all turf sprinter, I mean, I know he ran okay going longer. He's very compact, very stout, but also just striking me as being just ever so soft, like 90% fit. Just that he's going to move forward tenfold from having this start under his belt, whereas the same thing can be said for Yarrow, who at the tail end of last year was looking better than I'd ever seen him. So really kind of coming into his own to the end of his 4-year-old campaign. Now, he does come back as a gelding, but at this point, when horses are gelded, it doesn't change that much. So he really doesn't look any different physically. He hasn't lightened up at all, which I'm okay with. And he's always been a very laid-back individual, at least in the preliminaries prior to his races. He does look actually a touch more fit than his stablemate here, but again, I just get the feeling that these two might benefit from having a start under their belt. Well, if you want a horse that has recency, number 1, Running with Scissors, who is an 11-time winner in these New York bred second level allowance races. I always do tend to kind of side with the horses who have those lofty or, more impressive win records. They do just tend to win more often than the ones that are, something for 2 or 2 for something, I should say. He looks better than when I had seen him 2 back when he was coming in off of a layoff. His coat's starting to turn. He's starting to get all dappled out. His conditioning is better. And furthermore, he gets back to the surface that he is meant for, that it feels as though they kind of claimed him for. And it just feels as though, too, there's purpose. Now he's 3rd off of a layoff when you'll often see horses perform their best. And I do like Running with Scissors here, Greg. I think he could be very dangerous getting back to turf sprints.
4-1, Running with Scissors, just 1 for 6 on the grass. But yeah, he has some very interesting races to go back to.
Well, and let's get it straight. Kids out there, don't run with scissors. And if me and Maggie get arm wrestle, she's getting to interview Tony Dutrow.
Take a look at the 8 here. So here's Vacation Dance, 3-year-old debut coming up. 1 first time out with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Just missed in a grade 3 and came back to win the Atlantic Beach with Kendrick aboard.
Yeah, I like all this horse's turf races. They gave him his 1 try on the dirt. It didn't work out. They put him on the shelf. I like his work tab. I love that work 3 back, and then the slow works after that. They got him where he needed to be, kind of maintenance moves after that. And you saw his ears kind of flicking back and forth. He felt the challenge, did enough to meet the challenge, and then I think won actually with a little something left. Now, he has only 4 starts. And it's interesting, Greg, the 2 favorites in here, Frank's Art, 5 starts, Vacation Dance, 4 starts. The other 6 horses in the field have a combined 199 starts compared to the 2 favorites that are so lightly raced. I like Maggie, respect horses like Running with Scissors that has run 47 times with 11 wins. You've got Battle Station, 52 starts, 9 wins, 10 seconds. So you've got seasoned veterans, pros in here. But will Vacation Dance show that he took that step from 2 to 3? And he's going to have to step forward. But generally speaking, they do.
See if it happens for him. Coming up, John Kimmel off the bench with this 3-year-old son of the lieutenant. There he is. 3-1 right now. You got a Clement duo he's going up against. Yarrow, the 3, the 6, Frank's Art. Talked about Running with Scissors, and here he is. Yeah, he's an 11-time winner. 10 of those wins on dirt, but he has 1 on the grass as well.
And the dirt races are going to muddy or dirty up his form, if you will. This is his 3rd start off the layoff. He should have optimum fitness, gets back to a preferred surface.
Yeah, does have bigger figures on the lawn. Ghost Giant David Donk taking over.
Turning back in distance, but has won right here at Aqueduct, going 6 furlongs.
1 of the 2 for Clement. Here's Yarrow making his 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, returns as a gelding, first-time gelding, and sometimes it focuses horses better. He's going to have to improve, though, vastly.
A reclaim for Linda Rice and the 8-year-old debut coming up for Battle Station.
Yeah, Battle Station. He's only 1 for 12 at this distance on the turf. Is 6 furlongs really what he wants on turf?
22-1. This is the biggest price on the board, me and Sapp.
Yeah, he'd have to find a race that it just hasn't been fast enough to compete with these yet.
Horse who won first time out is a multiple winner on the grass. Here's Frank's Art making his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, New York bred, bred at Delahanty Stock Farm over in Smithfield Valley, not far from where I live. Got a lot of ability, but he's also going to have to take a step forward, and he's going from 3 to 4.
This horse too big a price. What he did spring on the grass last time out.
Way too big a price. His race back in November, 6 furlongs at Aqueduct, was a very good race to Neuro.
And he is the favorite. Here's Vacation Dance, his 3-year-old return to the races.
Yeah, and listen, he's running, his 2-year-old races were as good as Frank's Art's 3-year-old races. So there's more upside to me with a 2-year-old turning 3, that there should be more improvement there.
5 minutes of post here in the 7th coming up. It's back and forth between the 6 and the 8 as your top choice here on the board. This 7th, our feature on this Thursday afternoon card. You can play it with Naira Bets, $200 sign-up bonus, that $25 free play on the Kentucky Derby with the promo code Derby25 at NairaBets.com. As we get another look here at Ghost Giant, a veteran as well, an 8-time winner. All of those wins coming on the lawn.
All of them coming on the lawn. Only one sprinting, though. But he's had 2 good runs sprinting as well. So if you like him, I wouldn't talk you off him at 9 to 1, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, the other of the Clermont runners, we talked about Yarrow, Frank's Art, 5 to 2. He's the one who's been vying for favoritism with Vacation Dance. And we're going to go back to November 18th. Last time we saw him, finishing, actually moved up to 2nd via DQ.
Yeah, Bar 14 finished 2nd, was disqualified to 10th for coming out and bothering a horse. And you can see right there, he basically eliminated, I'm not sure who, as he drifted out. But I think he bothered a tired horse at that point, and he ran as good a race as Frank's Art, if not better in my estimation. And he's 12 to 1, and Frank's Art is 2 to 1. And Bar 14 has had 2 runs this year. So from a fitness standpoint, that's way too big a disparity in price. Bar 14 should not be 12 to 1.
I agree with you. 3 minutes to post here, the 7th coming up. Back to Maggie.
See, I thought about that race the same way you guys did. It's not like your current 2nd choice, Frank's Art, was elevated because he was interfered with. No, Bar 14 interfered with a horse who was checked back and just not persevered with, and so he was placed 10th behind that horse. And I think Frank's Art just ran the 3rd best race that day. And we're talking about a horse that is coming back in the same condition. So I do prefer of the 2 short price horses, the one that has edge to clear-cut favoritism in number 8, Vacation Dance. But taking well, I'm going to go with one of the veterans, a horse that I liked in the paddock, who I even liked even more out on the racetrack running with scissors. Let's talk about Battle Station, the 8-year-old returning here. I think it's always a positive sign when a trainer goes back in for a horse, which Linda Rice has, and then they do so knowing they'll probably have to sit on them for several months before turf racing returns here. So at first I didn't love the warm-up, but now Jose Ortiz took him away from the pony. He is moving a little bit freer. Just, you know, sometimes the older guys, they take a little longer to warm up, and that's fine. I do think he needs a start, though. Just looking at him from the fitness perspective, I respect him. He's a horse I've always liked, a former stakes winner to boot. So I'm pleased to see him back at the races, but think that, Greg, I'll look for him probably next time.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Going to load up here momentarily as, wow, all the money coming in late on Vacation Dance, down to 9 to 5 on the 8.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people look at it the way I am, that, you know, his 2-year-old races make him competitive here. If there's a step forward at 3, they make him super competitive here. And, you know, John's horses have come back from Florida running well. He had a nice win the other day. A couple other horses hit the board. You know, I just think that they used Florida as a stepping stone or a springboard to the rest of the year.
I guess the other thing is it could set up really nicely for him, too. There is not much pace in this race outside of him.
No, it really looks like he gets a bit of an easy trip on the lead, doesn't it?
Really does.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat here. I think bar 14's too big a price. Maggie talked about the 4 Battle Station. You know, horses, much like human beings, right? As you get older, it takes you a little bit longer to get to your optimum fitness level, to you know, warm up. I know how I am in the morning. It takes me a little longer to get going than it did when I was younger. He's an 8-year-old. He's a little past middle age.
Easy.
I'm just saying, if you want to equate it to human beings, they usually need a run or two.
When you run a horse that looked like you were going to be the decisive speed, and you're drawn, it's not terribly far outside. It's an 8-horse field. But you're drawn outside. Was there any concern on your part? Did you have to be extra focused to realize, look, I got it, whatever it takes. I have to get to the front.
No, I mean, you always just want to break clean. Have them really balanced, break clean, and allow your horse to run to clear. And don't let anybody entertain the idea of showing speed. Let them know this is my plan and what I'm doing. I think you get caught up in speed duels more when you try to be a little too cute, and it encourages somebody to try to, oh, well, he's not really going, I'll go. Seize the race. Take control of it. Kendrick Carmouche is great at that.
There he is on the 3-2 favorite. Can he control from start to finish? Vacation Dance. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Vacation Dance broke very quickly from the far outside. Also in that early mix is going to be Me and Sap is in between horses at the rail. There's Yarrow, and there the 4 across the course there. Joining them will be Battle Station. In between horses will take back, is now in the 4th spot, just a length off the lead. Down to the inside is Running with Scissors, who's challenging for that 4th spot, now puts a nose in front of Battle Station, who's back to 5th. Up on the far outside will be Frank's Art. Towards the tail end of the field is Ghost Giant, and the trailer, Bar 14, 22-4. That opening quarter mile, they work into the far turn. It's Yarrow who's got the lead. Right to the outside is a big number. It's Me and Sap, who's now within a neck of that leader. Tightly at the rail is Running with Scissors, looking for somewhere to go. Up on the far outside, here comes the run from Vacation Dance, who's in gear. It's Yarrow who's at the top of the lane and now kicks for home. Running with Scissors wanted off the rail, looks to have some horse. Here comes Running with Scissors, starts to motor down the center of the course. Vacation Dance is up on the outside. Yarrow's not going away easily, is down to the inside here of Running with Scissors. Running with Scissors now a half length in front, to 16th to go. It's Running with Scissors who's opening up. Running with Scissors. Impressive. Running with Scissors gets the job done over Yarrow. Then comes a photo, a late run here from Bar 14, and a photo with Ghost Giant in 1 minute 8.47 seconds.
Running with Scissors, just his 2nd win on the turf, his 12th win overall. Javier Castellano, David Jacobson.
Terrific ride from Javier. Got that coveted pocket position. You know, he was channeling his best Jerry Bailey there. That pocket position, was able to ease out right. Here's the key. See, put his horse's shoulder, make a little room for himself, come out from behind the leader. Yarrow, who surprisingly wound up being your pace setter. Great ride from Manny Franco as well, who put a horse on the lead through, 22-4 on this racetrack, on this race course, 45. That 5 furlong fraction's off. That's wrong, but made him get second with Yarrow. He was aggressive. Some other riders were not, but Running with Scissors got a great trip and a great ride from Javier Castellano. Yarrow, great ride and great trip from Manny Franco, and that was an improvement for him as well.
Horse we expected to control up front broke sharp, and it seemed like that was not their intention today.
And again, we're not in the paddock. We don't know what the instructions are from connections. There were times I got instructions that baffled me in the paddock, and there were times that I just flat refused to follow them. When you realize you just knew they were wrong, but again, we don't know. And at the end of the day, Vacation Dance probably needed a run anyway, as tired as he got. I mean, he really caved in the last 1/8 of a mile.
1-3-7-2, Running with Scissors, 3-1. David Jacobson, Javier Castellano. Jacobson owns this 7-year-old as well. 12th win of his career as a 7-year-old. And while the price is for you when we come back from a timeout, when we return, we'll look ahead to the weekend out in Hot Springs. Looked like this was potentially going to be a very good 3-year-old, maybe even on the Derby trail for Brad Cox, but we've not seen most strikes. Sanford winner since his disappointment in the Hopeful. He makes his 3-year-old return this weekend.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Running with Scissors, slight upset score. David Jacobson owns trains. Javier Castellano with the victory. 12th win, but just the second on the grass for the 7-year-old. Our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Getting back on the lawn, paying dividends here for the connections of Running with Scissors. $8.70 for the victory. Yarrow, bar 14, second and third. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Javier Castellano delivering a textbook ride, as Richie was just saying, Javi. Aboard Running with Scissors, that inside pose, just perfect position the whole way around there.
Absolutely, Maggie. I like the way he did it, the horse, and have a dream trip, you know, perfect, right behind the speed, save all the ground, split horses in the right time, the right place, and he get it done, basically. Enjoyed the ride.
I was going to say, a veteran, a 12th win of his career. Those types, they know how to get it done. And when you kind of angled him out, he's like, yep, let's do it.
Absolutely. A horse, he help a lot, too. You know, in those situations, you have to have experience. You have to manage the horse in the right way to try to get to the finish line in the nice way. So I think I'm glad he did it.
Yeah, 7-year-old, but you'll be aboard a talented 3-year-old, as you just said, the last-minute pickup mount aboard Mage, second-place finisher in the Florida Derby. You were on him the time before. Talk a little bit about this son of good magic. What was the feeling he gave you 2 starts back, and what are you feeling about going into this Derby?
I really feel so good. You know, I'm very thankful and pleased and I'm grateful because just training, the whole connection, the training, the honest, they give me the opportunity to ride by the horse. I rode the horse in the front of you. I know the horse so well. I work the horse in the morning as well too. And this is a really nice horse. He's develop in the right way. You know, he just young horses. Only 3 races career. He tried to face to the best horses in the country. I think a lot of faith. I really like the way everything he does. Almost win the Florida Derby. Behind Forte, one of the best horses so far in the country. I think we have a lot of hope and a lot of faith. I really like the horse, the way everything he does the right way.
Well, that's what you got to have going into the Derby, the hope and also the luck, which is hopefully on your side. As we said, pickup mounts, they can be lucky. Javi, congrats here, though, with Running with Scissors.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Javier Castellano getting that mount in the Kentucky Derby this year, but not before riding some winners here at the Big A. Greg?
Man who has had that incredible resurgence that we've talked so much about last summer, Saratoga. It's continued and healthy again. Obviously, the ability was always there. A man who won 4 straight Eclipse Awards as outstanding rider.
Yeah, and there's so many factors that go into why riders have these ebbs and flows, if you will. And you just hit on maybe one of the biggest factors, being overall healthy. You know, riders fight through injuries, and it's not like a team sport where you have a team doctor and trainers. You're basically doing it solo, and you can't allow your competition and certainly the people that you're riding for to know that you're battling your way through injuries, because then they're going to look to guys that they think are healthier, and your rivals are going to exploit your injury as opposed to, you know, being supportive. It's not a team sport, yet you go back to the same locker room with the people you're competing against. I laugh about it all the time when I think, could you imagine the Philadelphia Flyers and New York Rangers going back to the same locker room?
Be ugly.
It would be ugly. It'd be chaos.
Although everybody would want to see it.
Man, pay-per-view, I'm seeing a bonanza here.
Maybe we should get a jockey cam in that jockey room, see what goes on after a race, especially if there's some issues. Late pick 5 follow along. We had that $18 winner Golden Arm. Slight upset here running with Scissors, although pretty heavy favorite in Vacation Dance. One leg to go to close it out. We'll see what happens here in this finale coming up. 7/8 of a mile, starter optional claiming race, and a pretty wide open board. Favorite right now is Perros Linda Race.
I think this is the toughest handicapping conundrum of the day.
It really is. Very good wagering race. We'll dig in deeper here in just a moment. Back this weekend, cross country pick 5. Always great to have, and some good races to be part of it, including a couple out at Oaklawn, which will be the final 2 legs of the sequence. In fact, final 3 legs of the sequence, races 8, 9, and 10. And let's start with a Dig a Diamond. Mile for fillies and mares 4 and up in the spot. Really, she's been one of the great stories, I feel, of this Oaklawn meeting. Lovely Ride, who had those 2 big stakes wins. Christian Torres putting this 5-year-old mare on the front end, and then a near miss in that Bayacoa as well.
Yeah, I mean, she stepped up and started taking on some of the best of this division, certainly last time in the Aziri as well, but she's got speed. Christian Torres has really emerged as a top rider, a guy who looks like he's going to go on to bigger and better things. And I was taken aback by how young he is. He's accomplished a lot in a short period of time and has shown a great deal of poise, but a terrific story, terrific rider, and she's facing easier than what she's run against in the last 2 starts.
It looks like, again, she's going to be able to control, which is when she's at her best in that race on the front end.
Yeah, speed's always a good commodity to have, and especially when you can dole it out. A horse that is, you know, cooperative with the rider and doesn't do too much or just does what they're asked to do.
Meanwhile, Tap Dance Fever on the outside, 5-2 morning line. She's actually won 3 of her last 4 starts, including 7/8 rates at Tampa back on March 11th.
Yeah, nice run at Tampa here under Jose Ferrer. Man, talk about a guy who just keeps getting it done. I had the bug with Jose, and he just keeps riding winners. I've been retired 13 years, right? Dove to the inside. Nice closing kick here. She has one going 2 turns. Will she transfer that form that's been so good between Tampa and Gulfstream down, you know, to Arkansas?
Meanwhile, it's going to be part of it, the anchor leg of that cross-country sequence, Bachelor Stakes for 3-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs. And we touched on Most Strike returning. You got Tyler's Tribe back doing what you thought all along he's supposed to be doing. They put him on the turf. They went long with him. Back to sprinting now. But Most Strike showed all that ability in the second start of his career in that Stanford win at Saratoga for Brad Cox. Now comes his 3-year-old debut.
He was so good in that Sanford. And, you know, the likes of what Forte was behind him that day, you know, Forte's lone poor effort. He looked like he would take a big step forward, particularly because he's winning sprinting, but you look at him from a pedigree standpoint and a physical standpoint, and you feel like this is a horse that's going to relish going further. So now here he is returning sprinting. Obviously, he must have had some sort of physical ailment after the Hopeful last year. Good place to get him started. It'd be interesting to see how he comes back as a 3-year-old.
Precocious, won first time out. Obviously, that Sanford win at start number 2. And as you said, something obviously went wrong for him to go to the bench for this amount of time. And that's a man who knows how to bring them back at their best. Brad Cox, he'll have Christian Torres aboard for the return. This was an exciting horse early on.
Absolutely. You know, you were already thinking that, like, wow, this could be one of the future players in the 3-year-old division next year. Went into the hopeful at less than 3-1. And obviously, again, something went amiss. Now he returns off a good work tab at Keeneland. I just think a nice place to get him started. It'll be interesting to see if we see him stretch out later in the year.
Another horse who was precocious. Won his debut Armin. He went first time out Churchill Downs with 74 Beyer. That was back in June as a 2-year-old. That's a pretty big number for a 2-year-old. Really took it to the next level, though, last time out at Oaklawn. Second start of his 3-year-old campaign, a 93 Beyer in the victory.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? His first effort and his last effort bookending the 3 efforts that are head scratchers. You know, just what happened to him, what happened to his form, where did it go? And then for him to find it again in a big way last time.
And then you have Rivet, Steve Asmussen, who have his son Keith. The board has been aboard each of the last 2 starts, both victories. They'll be trying to make it 3 in a row on Saturday.
Yeah, it looks like this horse has kind of put it all together, and I like the fact that he showed a varying style last time to come from off the pace. And, you know, pretty cool thing to watch Keith Asmussen win for his dad, Steve. And he's just steadily improved. And one thing that's impressed me about Keith, he did it without the benefit of ever riding with the bug. You know, he never had the weight allowance because he couldn't take advantage of it. He's very tall. And he's developed the way he has as a journeyman from start to finish.
And this is another horse similar to Armin, who took a big step forward last time out. You know, that's obviously we heard, you know, Steve Asmussen in the winner's circle with his son. Special moment for the 2 of them, but I'm sure Dad has to be so proud of the steps he's seen just at this meet. The strides Keith has made as a rider.
It's been glaring. I mean, he's really kept continually improving, finishing much stronger. I really like everything I'm seeing. And you know what? As nice a kid or nice a person as you're going to meet, Keith Asmussen. I mean, obviously his parents have done a lot right raising all 3 of their boys, and he's really impressed me. I really like what I've been seeing from him. I guess the big question too in this race is the 5 Tyler's Tribe, right? You know, he's brilliant early, so much speed. And then just things went south, and he's had this issue with bleeding. He's able to run on Lasix at Oaklawn. It'd be nice to see him find his best form again.
Started out his career 5 for 5 sprinting, and they put him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint for some reason. Then they tried him long.
Yeah.
Be fun to see him back to the horse that he started out as. We hope we see that ability for him. It's a fun race coming up on Saturday. We look forward to it. That's race 10 on the card. North America's all-time winningest trainer trying to win the big one that he has came so close to capturing finally last year. Can Disarm be the one for him? We'll be back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So pleased to be joined by Kieran Dunn of Wavertree Stables as we get ready for the OBS April sale here. Kieran, you had one of the 4 horses that worked 9 and 3, an Into Mischief colt, hip number 967. Can you talk a little bit about this colt and what you'd seen from him coming into the sale?
You know, obviously one that performs like he does, it doesn't come as a shock. I mean, we've seen throughout the winter what he's been capable of. You're always a little nervous on the day that they'll actually show up, but we were probably as confident in him as we've ever been in one. He's just a nice horse to be around. I mean, he's a beautiful horse in the morning. He's quiet, doesn't put a lot of energy into his morning works, but as soon as you say go fast, it's instantaneous.
And it's a very fast work to go 9 and 3 here, but he looked like he was doing it so easily too.
Well, that's him. I mean, that's the fun thing about him is, you know, when we work him in the mornings, you know, a lot of the times you'll clock him, but you won't be looking at the watch. And you'll think, yeah, he went good. And every time you look down at it, you go, oh my God, he went that fast? And that's been him all winter. He looks like it's so effortless. You're always surprised at how fast it was.
You have such a nice group here for the April sale too. Can you talk a little bit about the benefits of being a consignor selling here at OBS?
You know, obviously the big benefit for us is it's home field advantage. We're just about 10 minutes down the road, so it's an easy ship for them. It's no climate change. I mean, they seem to come in, settle in very well. I mean, the great thing about the track here is that with 7 days of breezing, there's always that variable of can the track change, but with Safe Track, it seems to stay consistent the whole way through. You know, we breeze 40-odd horses, and I'd say for the most part, they all breeze right about where we thought they would.
Well, Kieran, thanks so much. We can't wait to see that colt go through the ring.
Thank you.
Keisha, thanks for that. Always great to get sort of a look behind the scenes in that sale. Again, OBS Spring Sale continuing through Friday.
Man, watching that colt work. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Going fast comes easily to that guy. What?
That's pretty good.
The way he floated over the racetrack.
Future stars of tomorrow. And everyone doing their due diligence, trying to find that next superstar. Some of the top OBS April sellers in Arrogate going for over $1.4 million.
You know, again, people are looking to the future. They're seeing potentially a next superstar, a Derby winner, an Oaks winner. In this game, we're all dreamers, and you're going after the dream here. But at least you get a chance to watch these horses work and get an idea of their capabilities.
Going to get back to live action here in a moment. We have the nightcap coming up. We're going to close out the card 7 furlongs on the main track in the starter optional claiming race. Still Peros, who is your favorite right now. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, the 11. Thunderian, the 10. I am playing with matches too. Third start of his 3-year-old campaign. He's 10-1 right now. Both those two I thought had a look.
Well, our producer Evan pointed this out. Running with scissors to playing with matches. Isn't that the natural rolling double there?
It would be quite a nice double.
All the things you tell your kids not to do.
Oh my God, my son has a knack for finding the scissors no matter where I put them. Here's Peros playing with matches when they met.
Yeah, you know, and listen, Peros has got more form to go on. He's run 7, playing matches 5, but they both come out of the same race. They weren't far apart, right? And playing with matches was coming off of a layoff, so you would expect him to take a step forward, no?
I would think so. Got to deal with that outside post in here. Usually has shown some speed. He did not show a whole lot last time out, but I would expect him to try and be a little more aggressive today than Peros. Beaten 4-5 favorite in this race. Weakened late, but back with Linda Rice.
And now another furlong to negotiate as well, going 7 furlongs. Playing with Magis gets Romero Mirage, a young rider that I've been impressed with. I think he's really found his form. He went to a very tough injury. I think it took him a little while to work his way through it. I like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's been riding extremely well all winter.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
We'll take a look at Peros here in the paddock. Look, he's a horse that I've consistently liked whenever he shows up here to run for Linda Rice. The one thing I will say about that last effort that you guys were just watching, where he did go down in defeat, he did lose ground. He went up to press the pace while 3 wide. He took a while to switch to his outside lead down the stretch, and once he did, that's when he stopped. So it's kind of like he didn't really want to switch over because he knew he wasn't as comfortable on it. So we'll see what he does here today. Let's take a look at Linda's other horse who does come off a little bit of a freshening. That's number 5, Bobby the Tank. He doesn't look quite as good as some of the other prospects in here, but he does come out of a competitive race. If anything, he's actually kind of grown in the meantime, now that he is I would assume truly a 3-year-old, and he looks fit. This horse has always presented himself well from that physical perspective, and if anything, he's continuing to go in the right direction. We'll see if he can up his game a bit. Number 2, Winning Connection. This poor guy has only been on a fast track twice before this time, and while he's won on a wet going, you can see he just looks more comfortable over a fast track. Last time out, he switched his leads with no problems, whereas 2 back, he did not want to switch at all, and I just think this is a better surface for him, and his last race was a step in the right direction. He looks fine here in the paddock. He's one, Greg, that I kind of like a bit more on form and off of his last race, though, than I do with what I'm observing here in the prelims.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Winning Connection, 7-2 right now. That 2-horse, Dylan Davis, will ride for Pat Reynolds.
It's such a tightrope what Maggie's talking about. You know, you want to see a horse physically that impresses you and you like everything they're telling you with their body language. But you also want the form to back it up. And in a perfect world, when they get both check marks, that's when you really like one. Sometimes you love one in the paddock and their form just doesn't add up, you know, and it's definitely a combination of things.
I have some tote issues as well, so try and get the odds back for you momentarily as riders get a leg up. And there is the young man you talked about who has a bright future ahead of him, Romero Mirage, going to ride here for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, I've been impressed. You know, if he's not winning, horses are outrunning their odds for him. He's been putting him in position to win, and that's all you can ask of a rider. And, you know, he had a really bad fall at Gulfstream, broke his back. It took him a long time to come back, and then, you know, you've got to work your way through it mentally, physically. He's done it. He's riding well.
Here's the horse who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1. Winning Connection. Maggie did not love the way this one looked. Shortens up from a mile.
You know, but I think he's going to like going 7/8, and he's a consistent sort.
American Grants, Eric Cancel for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, a horse that broke his maiden for 40, would have to improve off of his last effort.
New York bred against Open Company in here. Bobby the Tank, Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice.
He certainly has races that would make him competitive. We'll see how he does coming off of a bit of a freshening. Right? Hasn't been seen since February 20th.
Sorpreso, 2 starts back. He had a decent win, but a lower level. State bred maiden 25 at Aqueduct.
He was very impressive for that maiden 25 and came back with a subpar effort, was claimed.
Mama's Gold ran a monster number. Where in the world did it come from? 2 starts since has not been the same horse.
This has not been the same horse. Gives you the impression of a horse that maybe has a bit of an air problem, breathing problem, because he showed such good speed last time, but he stopped so suddenly.
It's a 96 buyer, 3 starts back at a 21-length win. Roll again, Dancer, Michelle Giangiulio off the claim.
I think he's very interesting. He can lay right, I think, right off of Mama's Gold and kind of get run of the race.
Improving 3-year-old here, Thundurian.
And David Jacobson, Javier Castellano teaming back up in the nightcap after a nice win in the 7th. This is a major player here.
I agree. Here's Peros, who has been pretty much the favorite throughout. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, you know, I kind of wonder, though, if you like him, don't you have to like the 12 playing with matches a bit?
Yeah, this horse was only 2 lengths behind him. It was off a bit of a layoff as well. And here he is, 3-year-old son of Bellamy Road.
Yeah, well posted, 7 furlongs with an outside post. You have about 3 furlongs to the far turn. Gives you about 36 seconds before you've got to really find your position, make it, you know, a move towards the inside to save some ground. You can see how kind of things sort out inside of you.
Well, here's Roll Again Dancer. Getting a warm-up there from Jorge Vargas Jr. We're going to go back to his last start. It was March 19th, Aqueduct, 6.5 furlongs. He was forward throughout, just off the pace. Took the lead at one point in the stretch, and he wound up missing by a head.
Yeah, it ran a very big race. Valens and Day was very game this day. And, you know, you had Jamie Torres this day, so you got a 7-pound break in the weights. Now he carried 113. That day he's carrying 122. That's significant. 9-pound shift in the weights. You get good veteran rider Jorge Vargas. But he's going to have speed, and he's going to be positioned well.
He took a big move forward figure-wise in that last start. Can he take another move forward again today, Maggie?
We'll see. I do think that Roll Again Dancer, he is one of those horses that, I don't know if he has those killer instincts. You know, he is kind of a herd animal, because every time I see him, I like him and I want to pick him, but then he always lets me down. Since I don't pick him, he'll probably win today as he makes the first start for Michelle Gianggiulio. But I will say that it's always interesting to see when horses are claimed or changing hands if they keep the same equipment on them. And this horse actually wears what we call hitting straps behind. So it's kind of neoprene with Velcro, and it just goes around a horse's pastern, or they're called pastern boots. And it's for when horses kind of will cut into themselves, where they will eclipse, you know, their front legs into that hind pastern. And from Michelle to Michelle, trainers, they have stayed on. So obviously a horse that does struggle a little bit with that kind of just, I don't want to say confirmation fault, but almost a mechanics fault, if you will. But looks great out on the racetrack. His number 10 is a Thunderian, and he's one that I liked when he showed up and turned back on the dirt for the first time. I thought physically he was suited to it. But it does take him a little bit of time to get into his stride. So I think that the 7 furlongs might suit him perfectly. And Looms Boldly last time was a heavy favorite that was able to wire the field. So I think this distance should suit him quite nicely. But Meg's so right. I love when you get both check marks, and that's what happened in the last race with Running with Scissors. And this race, things just aren't quite aligning. So I'm going to do as I always do, Greg, and go with the horse that I've liked the most in the prelims physically, and that's number 5, Bobby the Tank, hoping that the time away has allowed this horse to possibly improve.
All right, Maggie, we'll see. Thank you. Bobby the Tank for Linda Rice, Kendra Carmouche, trying to pick up off a 5th place finish in a state bred race last time out. As we have a rider off there, Luis Rodriguez Castro and Sorpreso.
Yeah, obviously he was warming the horse up and didn't like the way his saddle was sitting, so you'll go to the gate crew, and these guys are so good. They'll reset your tack for you. They'll help you with anything they can. And they put themselves in harm's way to keep horses and riders safe. I mean, can't say enough good things about gate crews all over the country. In particular, the gate crew here in New York, they do a fabulous job.
So all good. Adjustment made, and we'll get back to loading up here momentarily. You know, obviously, Mama's Gold, the 8. That horse who was start number 3 of his career, drops in for State Bred Maiden 25, runs a 96 Beyer. I mean, that's what you see from horses who win stakes. And then just nothing from this horse the next 2 starts. Are we going to get anything from Mama's Gold today?
Well, listen, I don't know what the issue is with Mama's Gold. Obviously, there has to be something. The horse ran well enough for maiden allowance, and then they immediately dropped to 25. And he rewarded them with this huge victory. I think he's probably a horse that has some sort of a breathing issue, and the biggest thing you can do as a rider for a horse with a breathing issue is just get out of their way, quiet. Don't put the bit in their mouth, allow them to run free and get in a good rhythm. And, you know, the time before, 2 starts back, he's chasing a hard pace, 22-1, and he stops. Last time, he kind of ran off and opened up a big lead going a mile and stopped. Maybe it's the Goldilocks effect today, 7 furlongs, just right. And a rider like Trevor McCarthy, who's long and quiet on a horse, might be a good fit.
7-1 right now, Mama's Gold. There's some talent in there somewhere. 8-5 favorite. Wow, I didn't think anyone should be 8-5 in this race. Peros is the 11. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, nightcap on this Thursday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Sorpreso. The outside runner is playing with matches. Goes in. All set. They're off. Good break from Bobby the Tank right out to the front. It's Bobby the Tank with the speed, comes out of the chute and is unopposed, is up by a full length. Driven along is Roll Again Dancer, who's towards the outside, now takes second. Outside of that rival is Peros, who's going to be in the 4 path, is moving through. That's Mama's Gold, is now going to challenge for that 4th spot. But on the far outside, that's Playing with Matches. They're chasing Bobby the Tank. It's Bobby the Tank who's up by 2 lengths now. Roll Again Dancers right there in second. Mama's Gold at the rail in third. Out wider, that's Playing with Matches in 4th. Losing some ground was Peros, and the blue cap looking for somewhere to go. Driven along is American Granted. The yellow cap is at the rail in the 6th position. Gets passed by Thundurian, who's on the move. From the back, it's Sorpreso, and the trailer is Winning Connection, 22-3, and still Bobby the Tank. Bobby the Tank is up by 2.5 lengths, but they start to move closer. Playing with Matches. Peros is going to have a 3-wide run in that blue cap. Roll Again Dancer is down at the rail. Thundurian's trying to follow that move. Bobby the Tank approaches. A 1/4 mile left to go. Went 46-1 for the half-mile time, and Bobby the Tank is still finding up front. It's Bobby the Tank who now sprints for home. Peros is in full pursuit, and here comes Peros up on the outside. It's Peros in the center of the racetrack for a final furlong, has taken the lead. Peros, Bobby the Tank is trying to come back to the inside, is doing just that. Peros is trying to put away a stubborn Bobby the Tank. A late run here from Thundurian, but Peros will win the finale. Jose Ortiz gets another one. It's Peros over a photo for Bobby the Tank, trying to hold on for that 2nd spot over Thundurian, then Playing with Matches and Winning Connection in 1:24 flat.
Peros, the victory, getting by the stablemate Bobby the Tank, who Maggie liked, making a big run in here. Looked for a while like that 13-1 shot was going to have more left in the tank down the stretch.
Yeah, good call from Maggie. 13-1, Bobby the Tank. He ran hard the entire way. Peros comes with the last run on the outside. Looks like he kind of got there, maybe started to wait a little bit, and you're going to see Jose Ortiz kind of ease down towards that horse to make sure he sees that he still has, work to do. Bobby the Tank holds on for second. Thundurian wide throughout, ran on okay to be third. But the public was right. And one thing about New York racing fans in particular, they're just sharp. When the money shows, they're usually pretty well informed, aren't they?
For the most part, pretty good. Tough to get anything past them. 11, 5, 10, 12. Peros, the victory. Bobby the Tank in defeat, running a very big effort. Kenner Carmouche putting that horse on the front end. Winds up second and able to hold off Thundurian, who was closing ground for third. Playing with Matches completes the superfecta.
Yeah, pretty formful. If you listen to Maggie, rounded out a nice exacta and split the try for you.
These prices when we come back from a timeout, card in the books on this Thursday afternoon at Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Derby when we return. Brad Cox looking to add another one and wants to do it actually crossing the wire first this time around. Can Hit Show be the one for him? Grade 3 Withers winner coming off a narrow defeat in the Wood, or can it be Verifying, who just missed in the Bluegrass to Tapit Trice?
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run. It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
My name is Walker Hancock, and I'm the president of Claiborne Farm. I'm here with University of Kentucky quarterback Will Levis. And Will, we did a deal recently, didn't we?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Made some headlines too, and got some attention to both your farm and just the horse racing industry in general. And it's been really cool to be a part of.
Whether it's Division I or Grade I, top athletes have certain traits in common: speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower.
That's right. So Will, War of Will, we stay in War of Will at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. We enlisted Will's help to help us spread the good news.
Yeah, so we were looking for just opportunities, me and my group here in Kentucky, to make some money with these new name, image, and likeness deals that were recently passed. And we wanted to do things that were unique and things that stuck out and things that just made sense. And one of the first things that we thought of was to connect with a horse breeding farm. And when going through the stallion catalog, the name War of Will came up, and we thought pretty perfect. And we got in contact with Walker, and here we are now with this relationship, and it's already brought a lot of attention to, like I said before, both Claiborne Farm and Walker and his family and his farm, but just the Kentucky sports and horse industry as well.
Yeah, it was great for a horse racing article and news to go viral in a positive manner, and we thank Will and his team for having the foresight to reach out to us and us, I guess, taking a leap of faith. I mean, we didn't really know what to expect, but thus far it's been awesome. The response we've gotten, I think the tweet just got over like 500,000 impressions, and everyone's asked me about it, from people at Keeneland to people on the corner deli to everywhere. So everyone at least have seen it.
Yeah, a lot of people I've bumped into, people who don't even know anything about horses in general, have been intrigued by it and want to know all about it. So that's been really cool to not only tell people about the deal, but also to give them a little bit of education on Kentucky and just how important horses are to the state and to us.
Yeah, only at the University of Kentucky can you probably partner with the Thoroughbred stallion. So we're really thankful for Will and his team, and it's been great so far.
It's been great.
Really neat deal they put together. Our program, of course, brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, but getting Will Levis involved, getting a whole new group of fans who maybe otherwise didn't know anything about horse racing to pay attention to the sport. And a good chance we're going to see NFL draft, of course, upcoming. Will Levis potentially being talked about as high as being drafted number 2, maybe number 12. The Texans have the 2nd and 12th picks in the draft. They're very high on him.
Very cool, and I love when we get this crossover with other mainstream sports into racing, and obviously going to the University of Kentucky, the breeding farms all around in the horse industry, so important in the state of Kentucky.
Peros takes the nightcap here. Linda Rice, this one getting by his stablemate for the 2nd victory of his career under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, good 1-2 punch there, right? You had the speed, got the closer, and then just take down both the lion's share and the runner-up share of this purse. And Jose Ortiz been riding in really good form since he came back from Florida. Had a good winter down there, but it seems like he just finds his comfort zone here in New York, and he talked about how happy he is to be back here and the reception he gets.
11, 5, 10 here in the nightcap. Pick 4 comes back $236, and that pick 5, $968. As we take a look at the follow along, there was that $18 horse that helped get nearly $1,000 back there. Golden Arm, that first-time starter, holding off that other Brad Cox first-time starter that really turned this into a payout of some significance, with the rest of it being pretty formful.
Yeah, very formful, but you never know with first-time starters. And if you look at a maiden race and you're not crazy about the horses that have already run, it's always nice to lean on a first-time starter and know the trainers that are very proficient at getting them ready.
9 days away from that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby, and the 2-year-old champ likely moving on to that first Saturday in May as the favorite. He's atop that points leaderboard as well. Brad Cox, though, is going to send out 3, trying to beat him and everybody else. Lord Miles, of course, who got in his final stop in the Lexington with a 3rd-place finish, disarmed for Steve Asmussen.
This horse is flying maybe a little bit under the radar, and I think this horse is a player. He's never run a bad race. I go back to when he broke his maiden going 7 furlongs in Saratoga last year. He was so impressive. And he left behind in his wake horses like Rocket Can and Crouppy. I mean, it was a quality maiden field that he dispatched. I think he's going to take a big step forward. I don't think Steve's running this horse just to run. Now, this is a little bit of a work that's out of character for Steve Esmerson leading up to the Derby, but the Derby's a race that's a bit out of character, right? Big field, you have to have him dead fit. Old adage I heard, the fittest horse wins the Derby, the fastest horse wins the Preakness, the best horse wins the Belmont. Heard that a long time ago, heard it this morning again on Steve Dick's radio show. He's sitting off the pace here, off his workmate, with Joel Rosario aboard. Now watch, Joel's going to start asking him, and they're really going to finish. And I mean, they're really going to finish. And I want you to keep an eye as the camera's going to get in tighter as they come to the wire. Look at the mechanics of this horse's stride. Gun Runner stamps his offspring with these incredible mechanics. They move so efficiently, and they use all the power from behind. But the way they extend up front and they reach out, look at the way the carriage of his head, his neck reaching out. This has been the best work of any of the Derby contenders I've seen over the last 2 weeks.
Still, you look at his body of work to this point, and you can absolutely take a leap forward from your last prep to that first Saturday in May. But that Lexington race left quite a bit to be desired.
Steve's so good at preparing horses for the big dance. The Lexington was junior prom.
Here he is on his Derby contender.
So what were you looking for in the work today?
A little sense of direction. I think that he's not giving us everything to this point, and think that there's more in the tank, and just like how he accelerated to the wire. It's kind of funny, you know, I loved how disarm worked today, and went over the racetrack, and I was kind of laughing at myself at the optimism that a trainer has. You know, how many times you can get hit over the head before you ever. Love our chances. Love the opportunity, and been fortunate to be in the Derby, but I haven't been fortunate enough to win it. So, but we're not about to give up.
That, of course, the race last year that looked like he finally was going to get that big moment with Epicenter. Instead, it was a huge long shot that barely got into the race, got into the very last moment with a scratch of Ethereal Road, and then shocked everybody.
It just lends credence to my belief that if there's a Derby win with your name on it, it's going to happen. Rich Strike was not even in the race until about 24 hours beforehand. You know, unbelievable post that horses don't win from unless their name's Big Brown, right?
Yeah.
Not the credentials, never ran a race fast enough. Here he comes weaving through the field, an incredible ride by Sonny Leone. I mean, I just think that some things in racing are preordained. It's your destiny. It was his destiny.
That DQ, maximum security, that big upset that happened. The last 3 to 5 years in the Kentucky, we've never seen chaos like we've seen in this last stretch.
Yeah, but I guess 20-horse field, Kentucky Derby, 1.25 miles for horses never tried the distance before. It's a kind of a recipe for chaos, isn't it?
Horse given a win 9 months after the fact, Mandaloon. This year seems, I know a lot of people soured on Forte a little bit after that last start. What's your take on the two-year-old
I'm not
champ?
soured on Forte at all. I think he overcame a lot. He was in bad position, wide, in between horses, no man's land. Looked like he couldn't win, willed himself to win. You never count out horses that find ways to win.
You still think he's the horse to beat going into the Derby?
I think Todd's got 2 horses to beat, Tappet, Trice, and Forte. I like both of them.
Maybe he's got 3 with Kingsbarns thrown in there as well.
Sure.
Who's never lost. Going to be a fun first Saturday in May. We're going to talk plenty more about it. We're back tomorrow, Friday, 1 Eastern start time on FS2. We hope to see you then. Check your local listings, but I just told you when we're on. So we'll see you then. Back at it from here at Aqueduct. We'll have Oaklawn for you as well. It was Love Appeals. Christophe Clement, Manny Franco taking a peek back. Nobody was coming. Dominant performance, sprinting on the lawn in that turf sprint earlier on the card. Then the feature, running with scissors. Javier Castellano aboard for the victory. Just the second one on turf for this horse. Again, we'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in
time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a